Welcome, everybody, to a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video today, and actually the first of 2023. Yes, we survived into a brand new year full of new possibilities for physical media, so might as well get into it with a man who will change the DCEU forever, Black Adam, hitting the store shelves along with the dramatic and horrific exorcism tale Pray for the Devil, the Harvey Weinstein expose film She Said, the dramatic biopic Till, a little bit of culinary horror love with The Menu, along with Season 7 of Fear the Walking Dead that's dropping, a little bit of 4K Steely love with the found footage sci-fi horror extravaganza of Cloverfield, and Criterion is releasing a 4K edition of the fantasy adventure from 1988, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, plus much more. So let's go see the deals, exclusives, and we are at our first location, Walmart. So let's go in and see what they got. All right, everybody, we are in a good old Walmart under the new release love, and look at it. Oh, it is quite plentiful, baby. Me like it. Oh, me like it indeed. Oh, physical media is definitely starting off on the right note for 2023. That is for damn sure, baby. Let's dive in with the changing of the guard in the DCEU. Yeah, right. Oh man, Black Adam, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $39.96, the 4K Blu-ray digital for $29.96, and a good old DVD for $19.96. And I actually have to give Warner Brothers credit here. I mean, seriously, I really do, because different artwork, DVD, Blu-ray, 4K, and you guys know how much I love the different artworks for the different formats, man. It's just a great thing for collectors, whether it's the DVD you own or the 4K. It's just nice to have a different artwork attached to it. Makes it feel a little bit more special, and this movie definitely needs it. Yeah, it kind of does. Not only that, right? You have the different artwork, the cool editions, but you also have, oh, a little bit of exclusive limited edition movie Funko Pop love. Nice. Only at Walmart, baby. Not bad. However, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Fucking spider claws crush this like a motherfucker. Jeez. Man, I know you're trying to stop theft, but damn, who's gonna wanna buy that now? Yeah, damn, dude. I mean, it is cool if you're into Funko Pops. That is a thing still to this day. Lord knows I have a few, but man, I'm not obsessed like some of you guys out there. Damn, man. It is a cool exclusive. If you definitely like Black Adam, might be worth picking up. Might indeed. As long as you get an edition that isn't wrecked already. Yeesh. Definitely, man. But whether you get any of the editions or the Funko Pop exclusive love, is the movie itself actually worth it? That's the thing, necessarily. And, well, I got a chance to watch this in the movie theater with John and Van. Yes, we watched it together because who doesn't want to see a good superhero flick, right? I mean, we saw the trailer. We weren't all that impressed by the trailer. I mean, it's not that we weren't necessarily all that impressed. We just kind of were like, yeah, looks okay. Doesn't look great. But shit, it's DC, it's superhero, it's The Rock. Ah, shit, I guess we'll be there in the movie theater checking it out regardless. So we did, right? Van got the large popcorn, the large soda. We were eating all of his popcorn. And we were sitting back and we were watching the Rock goodness. Or, well, at least he tried, for what it's worth. Ah, shit, I'm not gonna lie, dude. This movie, man, it's not a turd. It's not bad necessarily. It's just absolute weak sauce. And the more we were watching it, the more we were asking ourselves, like, is this really what DC has to offer? Is this it? I mean, You have a no personality, charisma character in Black Adam. You have other characters that barely do anything in the film. A lot of them are absolute wet noodle side cameo characters that are just there to be like, oh yeah, remember that obscure DC character from other comic books? Yeah, cool, right? Okay, yeah. A story that really isn't all that emotional or really interesting. Superhero battles that, just feel like they're aping off of much better movies out there. And, oh, don't even get me started on the bad guy that looks like CGI from the early 2000s. And I thought, the Mummy 2 stuff, when Rock shows up as the big old scorpion, I thought that was looking bad. Oh, this is a run for its money. Holy hell, it really is, dude. God damn, man. I mean, it just really frustrated me, and I was just bored through most of the movie. I really was. It's not that I hated it necessarily. I just was sitting there thinking to myself, this really isn't all that impressive, and it really isn't all that interesting, and it just comes off as kind of dull more than anything else. It didn't feel like there was a lot of high stakes and a lot of exciting moments. It just felt sort of like been there, done that, and other movies have done it a hell of a lot better. I mean, honestly, and look, it's not to hate on DC or anything, because DC can do great work, there's no doubt about it, but this is not it. And even when there was some interesting moments like the Justice Society, I kept on asking myself, why is the Justice Society here? They literally have a whole X-Men style mansion and X-style jet and shit, and they're like, well, we're the Justice Society and we, preserved justice for superheroes in America. And I'm thinking, where the fuck have you motherfuckers been the entire DCEU? Where were you in Man of Steel when he was wrecking shit? Where the fuck were you in Batman vs Superman or Aquaman or Wonder Woman 1984 when she was raping that guy that she was thinking was Chris Pine? Like, where the fuck were you motherfuckers then, man? Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I don't know, man. I was like, there's a lot of inconsistencies and plot holes and interesting characters, because, look, Dr. Fate is kind of cool, has very Doctor Strange vibes to me. I love Pierce, but you barely get to know the character. You don't even understand any of the motivation or how he got the alien suit, anything like that. And before you know it, the character's already dead. So it's like, what was the point? I mean, there's so many moments like that where it's like, okay, you have something interesting and fascinating here, but you barely do anything with it or barely explain it or leave so many plot holes that you're just fucking frustrated like a motherfucker. I mean, that's what really pissed me off. And I love a good anti-hero. I really love a guy that, yes, is fighting for the good of the people, but doing it his own way. But when Hawkman ended up like going to Black Adam, it was like, we don't kill. And Black Adam's like, well, I do. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you don't kill, but these are bad dudes, okay? These are motherfuckers that are literally going to kill again if you give them the opportunity to do it. Okay? It's not like he's killing good people and justifying it. He's killing bad guys who basically deserve to get their clocks cleaned. Okay? Deserve to be fucking buried into the dirt. Alright? Really, are you gonna mince words about that, of all things? I mean, you have this superhuman being, godlike, powerful, fucking, ape of a man, right? You have this dude that literally can eviscerate somebody with his pinky, and you're worried about that he's killing these, like, black ops bad guys that would kill you in a heartbeat? Dude, come on, man. I mean, this is the kind of type of shit that I'm like, man, are we really wasting our time trying to have a philosophy discussion about, good versus evil and whatnot? I mean, we can have that discussion another time. How about you try to reason with the dude? And even at every point when these characters are trying to fight Black Adam to try to stop him from doing what he's doing, I'm like, dude, you're only angering the motherfucker. And then later on, when they're actually trying to reason with him and talk to him like human being to human being, that's when there was actually a sense of trying to accomplish something and get it done. I'm like, my God, you're called the Justice Society. You want justice and, reasoning with people, but you're just attacking this guy for the sake of attacking him. That's all you're fucking doing. You're just antagonizing the motherfucker. That's all it is, man. And I just got frustrated with the characters and the motivations and the plot holes and the useless side cameos and just shoving in DC references for the sake of shoving it in there. Random posters of Superman and Batman and Aquaman just randomly in places because why the fuck not, right? I don't know, man. When I was in the movie theater with John and Van, we weren't excited anytime while watching this movie. Nobody really was. There was no clapping or cheering or excitement. It was just kind of flat because that's what the movie is. It's just a flat waste of energy and time and money. I mean, I like The Rock, don't get me wrong. I love Pierce Brosnan. I love the DC world, but this is not what I want. It just is a flat, wet, limp dick noodle that really should have never even been done in the first place. The Rock has literally been championing this movie for years. Yeah, well, I hate to say it, buddy, but you wasted your time in a big, bad motherfucking way. And there's no way you're getting back your effort, and I'm not getting back my time. So it's just, all in all, a very lose-lose situation. Sad, but very true. Justice and equality is definitely a long road. It's painful, and it hurts, and sometimes it's hard to justify, but you do it because you care. And for Till, it's an effort that was well worth it. Oh, indeed it was, with Till, the DVD for $17.96. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and, I know about the whole Emmett Till thing. When you're in school and you're learning about racial inequality, you do hear about Emmett Till. You do hear about what happened and the devastating impact of it, and it's heartbreaking and it's terrifying, and it really is one of those things where you're like, wow, human beings can actually do this. Human beings can actually cause this type of death and destruction to another person, and just the heartache and the heartbreak and just the emotionality of it. It gets to you. It really does, man. And so I was prepared, man. I was going into this movie. I'm like, I know this is not going to be easy to watch, but I wanted to watch it because it's a subject matter that needs to be talked about, that needs to be brought to the big screen. And this movie, guys, I'm just going to be honest, man, it is a powerhouse of a film. It truly is a triumph in a lot of ways. I mean, the acting alone is absolutely phenomenal. It is electrifying. Seeing this woman and what she goes through, and the heartache and the heartbreak and the danger and the sadness and everything that this woman had to go through, it was all portrayed brilliantly on screen. Absolutely phenomenal, flawlessly. Everybody does a great job in this film. There are no weak links whatsoever. The story is so tragic and heartaching, and it is a tough watch. I knew it was going to be a rough watch. I knew it wasn't going to be easy to watch this thing, and seeing what this woman has to go through and all the struggles that she had to be dealt with. And yet I was riveted the entire time, because seeing this person's journey of this concerned mother, to see this woman's heartache of seeing her son dead and bloated and shot up, and the idea that she's helpless to do anything, it is absolutely devastating. And I was breaking for this woman every step of the way, and the movie really portrayed that excellently. There's no doubt about it, man. And this movie really shows that, yes, it's 1955. Yes, there's a lot of issues that were in 1955 that are not here now, but I would argue that, take a good hard look in the mirror. I mean, seriously, really do that. Take a good hard look in the mirror and really see where the world is now, where the world was in 1955. Yes, we've made a lot of strides, and 100% agree with that, but there's a lot that we still need to work on. And this movie is a stark reminder of that. And I loved every single second of it. I don't know if I would ever really truly say to watch this again, because I don't know if I want to have my heart broken so devastatingly bad like I was feeling for this woman, but movies are meant to elicit an emotion from you. Good, bad, indifferent, it's meant to. And this movie really pulls at your heartstrings and pulls at your emotions and your values. And it says, what would you do in that situation if your son was laying on a slab, dead, from somebody else's greed and hate of another person's color, of their own skin? That's crazy, man. That's nuts. And the movie portrayed it absolutely brilliantly and excellently, and it was executed flawlessly. Fantastic. It is a movie that definitely needs to be seen, needs to be represented, it needs to be heard. It's a fantastic portrayal, fantastic acting, fantastic storytelling. Yes, it's a little long in the tooth. It's over 2 hours long. It does feel a little bit long, especially the courtroom drama stuff. And I mean, I understand why they had to do it, to really give you the full context of everything that happened, from her worried about her son's safety, to finding the body, to the whole legal action taken against these individuals. I understand why they really had to draw it out, but they could have cut maybe at least 10 or 15 minutes from it, and I don't think it would have really taken away from the emotionality of the movie, the power of the film. I don't think it would have done that. It's still a really fantastic movie, very well done, and it's a movie that definitely needs to be seen and heard and understood, and it's a really great lesson in racial bias, racial inequality, and how, you know, one wrong move can trigger your death, can trigger your silence. It's fantastically well made, fantastically well done, and absolutely deserves your 100% attention. Bon appetit to the menu. Oh yeah, the Blu-ray digital for $19.96, the DVD for $14.96. Oh baby, sometimes what you eat can be deadlier than the experience itself. Well, in this case, both are pretty deadly. Oh, indeed they are, man. Oh, man. Painstakingly prepared, brilliantly executed, man. What if Gordon Ramsay decided to be the chef of death? All right? What if he decided to be that? That is basically what the menu is, man. I watched this on HBO Max. I watched it with my girlfriend, and my girlfriend at first was like, oh, I don't know if I want to watch this. This is like a horror movie. And I'm like, yeah, kind of like a thriller more than anything else, but come on. Who doesn't love Ralph Fiennes? I mean, seriously. So I wanted to watch it just for him alone, but it sounded so cool. It was getting so much praise from people in the movie theater. I never got a chance to watch it in the theater, so I'm like, dude, I've got to watch this at some point. So we finally did. And basically, it is about these strangers, these rich people who are paying for this restaurant experience, this extraordinary, one-of-a-kind experience of eating this chef's very fantastic cooking, and the preparing of the meal and the storytelling of the journey of each dish. And it's such a fantastic adventure of a meal that you're paying thousands upon thousands of dollars to have this once in a lifetime opportunity, but people really love it. And this time around, however, it's an experience that, well, they didn't quite think they were going to have. Because, well, they're there for a certain reason, And it ain't just for the meal. Oh, you bet your ass it's not, baby. Man, let me tell you, I dug the hell out of the menu. I thought it was fun. I thought it was really great and humorous, with a lot of really great dark comedy aspects to it, with a brilliant performance by Ray Fiennes. Anya Taylor-Joy is absolutely charming, and you can't take your eyes off of her. Nicholas Hoult is great here as well. John Leguizamo is awesome. Judith Light is in this thing as well, from Who's the Boss back in the day. I mean, oh my God, I was like, Jesus, is that her? Whoa. It was great. Just the acting alone was phenomenal, and how antagonistic everybody is with one another. And once everything is going haywire, once all of the shit is going down, that's when it's just off to the races, man, and everybody is panicking and screaming and in hysterics, and Ray Fiennes is just like the major D of the insanity. He really is. He's just keeping everything calm, but yet underneath there's this creepy, sinister surface to him, man, and he's so cold and calculating, but yet there's moments where he's warm and inviting, and you never know what you're going to get from Ray Fiennes from one scene to another. It's brilliant. It's absolutely great, and the experience of the food mixed with the storytelling, mixed with the reason why all these people are here, and the reasons why this chef is doing it, and it is so brilliantly executed and brilliantly well done, and you never know what's going to happen next. I was on the edge of my seat, because usually, look, I'm not going to lie, with these movies, I'm always one step ahead in some way or another, but with this movie, I was like, dude, I don't know where this is going. I don't know what's happening next. And some of the characters are just as baffled as I am, and I love that. I love being surprised, and this was such a fantastic journey of just wicked, dark humor, thrilling, devious delight. It really was, man. It was so awesome, and I really loved it, man. I thought the kills were really well done. I thought the blood and gore was pretty cool. Like I said, the acting is spot on here. I love the cold and calculatedness of Ray Fiennes, and how these people are really trying to figure out the clues, where Ray Fiennes is one step ahead of them, but yeah, he's really confused by certain people who are there at the dinner party that they shouldn't be. And I love how it's like this cat and mouse dinner game, dude. It's like a really great whodunit, but twisted around. It's so fucking awesome, man. I really love the menu. I think it's absolutely fantastic. It's so well done, and I had a blast watching this movie. Hell, even my girlfriend was really loving it, dude. And she's usually not into these movies either, so that's definitely a good sign, man. It was so well done, so fantastic. Horror movie? No, I wouldn't say it's a horror movie, but a dark comedy thriller? Yeah, I would say, man. But regardless of what genre you really want to put it in, that doesn't matter. It has to be watched, because, man, this is a wonderful food delight journey. For all you foodies out there who love a little death and destruction from time to time, the menu should definitely be on the list. Poker face. Okay, it's not like the Lady Gaga song. Alright, I tried to spice it up a little bit, but damn, Russell Crowe ain't having any of that, dude. Anytime you try to make it good with little Lady Gaga love, fucking Russell Crowe is coming with his depressing self-loathing. You son of a bitch. In Poker Face, everyone has a limit. You got that one right. And I definitely do. Oh, that's for damn sure, man. The DVD for $12.96. I watched this on Amazon Prime, and I did it because, well, yeah, Russell Crowe. I mean, look, I thought, love him as an actor. Yeah, he has his weak moments from time to time, but hey, when he's good, he's really fucking good, man. And I'm thinking, wow, he also directs this as well. So he's acting, he's directing. Ooh, okay, he's definitely trying his hand at a little bit more than just the acting love. I'm curious how that would go. Not only that, but, I mean, come on, you've got Liam Hemsworth, you've got RZA. Okay, that doesn't exactly light my fire, but sure, I'm thinking, God, he can't be any worse than what I've already seen him in anyways. At least I was hoping. I was like, okay. So, basically, this movie is about these friends that really find themselves, when they were very young, and they always had a love for playing games, specifically poker. And that love translated into, once the internet boom ended up happening, they became rich off of really bringing poker to the internet masses, and they made billions of dollars off of it. And these people are rich in their own ways, have become influencers and politicians and drunks and all the complications from there. And they get together once a year for, fun times, playing card games, all that jazz, right? But this time is a little different because Russell Crowe has this incurable disease and cancer. Basically, he's going to die sooner rather than later. And so he really wants to air out all of his grievances and certain things that these people have done to him, and he wants to get it all out in the air, right? While that's going on, oh, by the way, there's these criminals that are going to rob Russell Crowe's mansion for these really expensive paintings that he has. And so all of this is just a melting pot of emotions and drama that is all coming together all at once, right? Who will survive? Who will be dead? Will we actually end up caring? Well, it's a whole nother matter. The ultimate head game. Yeah, damn right it is. Look, I got to admit, it's not a bad movie. The problem is, it's just kind of boring, and it really meanders all over the place. It's sort of a hodgepodge of ideas that doesn't really fully realize itself into an actual interesting, dramatic, or thrilling movie, is what I would say. I mean, there's the whole thing of him dying and the disease. There's the whole aspect of the double crossing of his friends and the drama between that, the whole idea of these criminals who are robbing his place, and the struggle of survival, kill or be killed, and all the individual storylines of these friends and their issues that they've had and coming to him for various money. There's also another subplot of one of his friends sleeping with his ex-wife. I mean, my God, man. There's so many plot lines in this fucking thing. There's so many multiple subplots that are happening all at once, and you're like, dude, I'm getting fucking whiplash like a motherfucker just trying to keep in line every single little bit of every single little storyline that you have in this thing. And I just felt that it was a little too much. There was too much shit going on. Keep it simple, stupid. That's not really a bad thing. Yes, you can complicate it a little bit here and there, but man, they just went overboard. And I just kind of feel like in a better director's hands, I think it would have been more entertaining and more thrilling and on the edge of your seat. Russell Crowe, I mean, he knows how to get a good performance. I mean, hell, even RZA is good in this sumbitch. I mean, seriously, he's actually pretty goddamn solid in this thing, and that shocks the living shit out of me. It really does, man. But he just doesn't know how to tell a very good story and bring it all together satisfyingly. That's really the ultimate problem to it. And it just goes from one situation to the next, from one subplot storyline to another, and you really don't care because it's never given enough time to really shine or develop itself, and it's just there to really add to the tension, but it kind of takes away from it at the end of the day. It's not really all that great. I mean, like I said, the acting is decent. Russell Crowe is pretty good in this. Liam Hemsworth is actually really convincing as a druggy drunk. Oh, that's really a stretch. Oh, man. I mean, it's not bad, but it just kind of meanders, and it's boring, and it just absolutely goes nowhere. It has some thrilling moments to it, but ultimately it's kind of like a limp dick noodle. Yes, another one in the bunch. Of course. Maybe they should have had some superpowers in this. Could have spiced it up a little bit. Well, with this movie, no, and this movie, definitely not either. It wasn't a good one. I ain't gonna lie, man. It wasn't so hot. It wasn't great, and it didn't really light my fire. Had some interesting elements, but it really went nowhere and nowhere fast. I never thought poker would be so dull, but this movie definitely proves it. Damn. And these guys made billions off of it? Yeah, I think they should definitely give the money back. The search for the truth can lead to many paths, and she said, oh, the DVD for $17.96. Ah, yes, the story behind the headlines, the story behind Harvey Weinstein. Oh, yes, that's some bitch. Oh, man. All right, so I knew of this movie, and this movie came and went in the drop of a hat. It was literally not in the movie theaters for very long. It flopped, and it flopped hard, okay? Like, barely anybody saw this motherfucker, okay? And I didn't see it either, but then again, I didn't really get much of a chance to, because it was in the movie theaters and left so damn quickly that I didn't really have much time to really get a chance to even try to watch it. So I'm like, okay. So, yes, it's about Harvey Weinstein, and you know, the whole Harvey Weinstein thing, it's a goddamn complicated situation, isn't it? It really is, dude. And I understand the drama of it. I understand wanting to make it into a movie, and I thought it's an interesting angle, right? I mean, at least I thought it was an idea of it, because seeing these reporters trying to find the truth behind the whole controversy and trying to expose it to the world, I thought that's an interesting idea, and so I like that angle, and I was willing to go with it. And I watched it with my girlfriend, okay, because I know that she is very into these type of movies and exposing the truth, you know, the ugly side of sexism, and yeah, there's a whole angles to this movie, man. There's multiple ones to it. And so I decided, do I really want to dive into more Harvey Weinstein controversy? Yeah, not that I wanted to, but I decided, hey, I'm gonna go watch it. I'm gonna watch it with the girlfriend, and I'm gonna give it a chance. Why not, man? And basically, like I said, this is about the reporters. This is about their story and getting the truth and exposing the lies and the twisted reality behind Harvey Weinstein and all the complications that go with that, right? And I got to admit, after the 2 hours of watching this movie, after I ended up clicking off it, I thought to myself, you know, this is a good movie. It really is. It's a really solid film. I'm not gonna lie, man. I absolutely enjoyed it. I thought the acting was fantastic. I loved everybody in this movie. I thought there is really no weak link in the acting department, I don't think. I think everybody really did a great job. Hell, even Ashley Judd herself is a part of this movie, and she does a really great job here, actually playing one of the real-life victims of Harvey Weinstein. And the context behind this, and how women are treated in our society, and how women are not really generally believed, even when they're telling the truth, even when they go out of their way to really try to speak up about it. Does anybody really listen? And even if they do, is there people that are willing to actually be the ones to help them elevate their voices? Is there people in higher power that are willing to do that? And it's these women that are giving these ladies who have a very small voice an even bigger voice. And I really like that. I really do, man. And I thought it was really well done. I like the drama behind it. I like peeling back the layers of Harvey Weinstein and the corruption angle of it and what he did to these women. And once you really see what he did, once you really get it explained to you, what happened to these women, their personal accounts, it is horrifying and it is deplorable. And you're just sitting there like, my God, man, like, this guy actually got away with this shit for the longest time, through the 90s and the early 2000s, 2010s. And I mean, this guy, for the longest time, like 30 plus years, he was getting away with this shit. And you're like, holy crap, man. It's wild. Like I said, I thought it was brilliantly done, man. I thought the story was really great. I thought it was engaging. I loved the acting. I really loved how they were slowly unraveling the mysteries and the layers of Harvey Weinstein and Miramax, and how it could get so twisted and so buried for so long. It's really fascinating, and it's really amazing, and I really liked where they went with this. Now, I don't think it's 100% great either. As much as I did enjoy the movie and felt that it kind of got the short shrift at the box office, like, people really were not into this movie, or not even wanting to even give it a chance. And I do think it's worth it to give it a chance, but I'm also going to be on the other side and say that it is a little long in the tooth. It feels a little too lengthy. There's moments where you just want it to speed up. They're getting more of these women's accounts. There's multiple women that are connected to other women from back in the 90s to the early 2000s that connects to Gwyneth Paltrow and Ashley Judd, and connects to these lawyers and these executives, and it's a hodgepodge of trying to do the detective work and trying to figure out how it connects to everybody and who's connected to who and when it was connected to them. And oh my god, man, your head fucking spins, and at a certain point you lose the emotionality of the movie. I think that's really the thing about it, because the movie is very powerful. It has a lot of interesting things to say about the hierarchy of men and women and power, and it has a lot of things to say, and I think it does a good job in that, but I don't think it does a good job in the emotional aspect to it, because I never really was emotionally invested in the story the way I think I want it to be, and it just didn't quite pull that off. And the movie kind of feels like it's more important than it actually is at times, and maybe it's up its own ass a little bit. I mean, there is that to a certain degree as well, but I understand it with such subject matter like this. I mean, the acting definitely pulls it through, and the revealing of all of the disgusting and despicable things that this man did is definitely eye-opening and eye-popping. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of felt cold to me, the way the reporters were. I don't know if it was meant to come across that way, but it felt like, I mean, they have to do a job, the reporters, but this is such heavy subject matter that it felt like they were very disconnected to these women. At times, it felt like they were very close to them, and felt like they were very engaging with them, and felt like they understood what they were going through. And then there were moments where they were kind of just matter of fact of it all, and I was kind of tuning out from that, and I was like, okay, this is very heavy subject matter. This is serious shit about women and power and sex and money, and there's a lot of stuff here, and I just didn't feel that the emotion carried over. I just didn't, man, and it's a goddamn shame, because with this type of story, with this type of movie, if they had the emotion to it, dude, it would have killed. There's no doubt about that, man. It would have absolutely hit majorly and hit hard. It's still a decent movie, but it just kind of disconnects you a bit. And that's a damn shame, man. Decent flick, but it doesn't quite hit the mark. You can say that about a lot of movies, and She Said is yet another one of them. Pray for salvation, pray for the devil. Yes. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $19.96, the DVD for $17.96. Ah, yes. Some demonic exorcism love. Oh, baby. Yet another one among the pile, huh? Jeez, man, that pile is getting pretty goddamn fucking big, ain't it? Yeah, it truly is, dude. Oh, Lord, man. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I didn't watch it in the movie theater. I thought the trailer was okay, but it didn't really light my fire either. So I'm thinking to myself, you know what, I can kind of wait on this just a wee bit. So I did. Finally got a chance to watch it. Actually, I watched it with Bob. We sat down in my apartment, chilled out, and watched Pray for the Devil, because what else you gonna do on, you know, a rainy Friday the 13th? Then watch Pray for the Devil. Oh man. So we ended up finally getting a chance to sit down and watch this thing, and I'm a fan of exorcism films. I like demonic entity flicks, so I was like, hey, another one among the pile, yes, but maybe this one might be good actually, so why the hell not? And basically it is about this nun, Sister Anne, who ends up basically having a very rough history with her mother, abusive very badly, and she always felt that her mother was possessed by this demonic entity, that the demonic entity actually wanted her and not her mother, but her mother was a vessel to get to her. And her mother ended up killing herself, and she's had a traumatic life, and finally ended up going to the convent and finding herself and finding salvation. But she's always been very fascinated about demonic entities and exorcism, and she wants to be taught that. But nobody really teaches nuns how to be exorcism experts. It's only a priest game. You know, sometimes you need to battle exorcism with a little bit of holy vajayjay. Sometimes you really honestly do, man. So, well, they start to train her, right? Hey, why not, dude? It's nice to have a woman on the side of God, especially when it deals with exorcisms. You know what I'm saying? It don't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all, man. And she finds that the demonic entity is back, and that it wants her again. It's ended up entering into this little girl. She has to finally rid this evil of its manipulation of the world once and for all, and all the complications and the dangers and the horror from there, baby. Oh, yes, indeed. You know, when I was watching this movie with Bob, at one point we look at each other and we're thinking to ourselves, damn, this movie's boring as shit. Jesus. Good God, man, this movie's a fucking bore fest, dude. It is a lazy turd. My God, man. Damn, dude. This thing is bad. And the problem is it's got an interesting idea to it, right? I mean, this idea of this nun being traumatized, that this demonic entity wanting to enter into her. I mean, there's an interesting story there about the abuses she had and the demonic entity and the exorcism angle. There's some really great ideas there, but it just doesn't come together very well. It's a limp dick effort that was literally boring as shit, and at times I almost fell asleep, man. I ain't gonna lie. It was just really dull overall, and all this movie basically has at the end of the day is just nuns and priests continuing to talk about exorcisms and the causes of it and the concerns and the chaos behind it and whether it's right or wrong and whether nuns should be practicing it, etc., and the religion behind it and God and Jesus. It's just all them talking about exorcisms and barely actually doing fucking exorcisms. And even when they're doing the exorcisms, right, even when they're actually getting right down to business, dude, it's so fucking lame, man. It's just all CGI bullshit with all the bending of the back shit and people crawling up walls and their heads fucking turning and their eyeballs turning white and hair going in their mouths and shit. I mean, all of it is just CGI and it looks so fucking fake that you can't even get into it. Like, the horror of exorcisms, you really have to feel the pain and the struggle of this demonic entity attacking the body and taking over and really, you know, wrecking their sanity and their mind and other people around them, and you just don't get it with this movie. I mean, the nun does have moments. Sister Anne has certain scenes where she's seeing imagery and these people that are innocent victims who suddenly turn evil and attack her at the drop of a hat, but it's all in her mind. I mean, there are moments where it has a little bit of clever twists and turns, but nothing that really solidifies it as being a really great, horrific experience. Nothing that really sort of is that engaging, really has a great bite to it that you really feel like, oh man, this is really gonna terrify me. I'm gonna have nightmares at the end of the day, man. I ain't gonna sleep well from this shit. And you're like, no, it doesn't. It's just really lame, man. And that's the problem. And then they try to put in this angle of, well, you know, that little girl, The one that's been having the demonic entity inside her? Oh, yes. She's Sister Anne's daughter. Oh, shit. Oh, twists and turns indeed. And I'm like, that doesn't even make any sense, man. That just came out of nowhere. What the hell? They just pulled that out of their ass, man. And it smells like it, too. Oh, Lord, man. I mean, just to make it a little bit more interesting, they throw that twist in there, and man, that is lame as hell, dude. It's just this last minute turn that you're like, oh, just to make it a little more interesting, try to spice it up a bit. And dude, this is anything but spicy, all right? Oh, man, this is just limp dick, lame ass, boring shit that really deserves to be exercised itself, because man, it is a sad, sad state of affairs when movies like this are getting theatrical distribution, man. It really is. Dude, I love a good exorcism flick, and this one, oh man, talk about not taking the cake. It doesn't even take the exorcism cake. I don't think a priest would ever want to exorcise this thing. I sure as hell wouldn't. I wouldn't even want a priest in a 10-foot vicinity of this. There's a lot of things I wouldn't want a priest in the vicinity of, and this happens to be one of them. Just let this die. Let the demonic entity take it over, because probably for the best. Fear the dead, fear the living. Hell, just fear the Walking Dead, will ya? Oh, the DVD, the complete 7th season of Fear the Walking Dead for 1996. Oh, yes, look at this. Oh, man, more Walking Dead goodness. I thought it was over. Not even close. Not even close indeed, man. Look, I'm not gonna lie, man. I haven't watched Fear the Walking Dead since the first season, man. I watched the first 7, 8 episodes, and I did not like it, man. I wasn't engaged with the story. I didn't care about the characters. I tried to give it as much of a chance as I could, and I'm like, dude, I'm out. Okay, I'm done. All right? Have at it, baby. Because I'm not sticking around. And then I heard, well, actually, Seth, it gets better. Like, it was actually pretty goddamn solid. As The Walking Dead was getting lamer, Fear the Walking Dead was getting better. And I'm like, really? What? I'm like, get out of here. And we're like, yeah, it really is. And so I was like, wow. Didn't see that one coming, but okay. And then, turn of crazy events, right? As The Walking Dead, from what many people said, is getting better, Fear the Walking Dead is getting worse. Jeez. Man, if it ain't one thing, it's another. My God, man. And I read some reviews online, some YouTube stuff about the 7th season, just to sort of get an overall feeling of what people thought about the season, right? And generally speaking, man, people did not like this season at all, man. They thought it was lame, with terrible characters and storylines and acting. Boy, man, people were ripping this a new asshole, man. They really were. And on top of that, I guess there was like a nuclear fallout now. There's nuclear holocaust. When the hell did this happen? I was like, what? Oh my God, more complications? I thought this was a zombie show. Well, yeah, about that whole zombie thing, yeah. Yeah, zombies. Who needs them? We got a nuclear holocaust. Oh, all right. Oh, man. I don't know. It just felt like, from everything I saw online, that it's just overcomplicated now. A shit ton of plot holes, characters that you don't care about, situations that just seem very far-reaching and just overextended from what the actual story really is. And it just doesn't make a lick of sense anymore. And yet they're getting an A season out of this son of a bitch. Good God, man. Look, I think I'm happy that I walked away. I'm not gonna lie, man. I mean, is there a part of me that sort of has a little bit of interest to it, to want to see what went down? Yeah, maybe. Especially when a lot of people said, hey, this certain season was really great and this certain season was flawless and amazing. But then again, it all leads to, later limp dick seasons anyway. So does it really matter? I don't know, dude. I'm just glad I bounced. I don't think I need to go back to Fear the Walking Dead. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll get worse. I really don't give a shit. I really don't, man. if you're a big fan of Fear the Walking Dead, if you've lasted this long, God bless you. Stick around if you want, but me, yeah, I'm done. You spin me right around, baby, right around like a record, baby, right around, around, Oh, it's not like the song? Shit. Oh, the DVD of Spin Me Around for $9.96. Wow, look at this. Allison Brie, Molly Shannon, Aubrey Plaza. And look at this cover, man. I'm loving this cover. It looks like a cheesy romance novel, man. Kind of like the cheesy romance novels you find here at Walmart. Kind of like A Vow to Set the Virgin Free. What the fuck is this, man? What the hell did I pick up? What? And who's reading this shit? Oh my god, man. Yeah, the romance novels clearly aren't for me, folks. But maybe this might be? Oh, maybe indeed. Huh, what is this, dude? I'm loving that cover, though. I don't know how the movie is, but man, that cover's fucking awesome, dude. It sounds like the adventure of a lifetime. An all-expenses paid trip to Italy where a lucky few managers from an American fast-casual restaurant chain will get a crash course in the culinary arts against the backdrop of scenic villa. Unfortunately, the getaway doesn't always match the brochure, and Amber soon finds herself juggling mundane training exercises and an unexpected love triangle and maybe an insidious conspiracy during her search. Oh, you don't say. Oh, this could be an interesting comedy journey, man. It could be kind of interesting, dude. I love Allison Brie, man. I love her in Glow. Man, that show was fucking awesome. I love her in that. And actually, Allison Brie, Molly Shannon, and Aubrey Plaza were in a little movie called The Little Hours. I purchased that a while back from Vinegar Syndrome, man. And that's actually a really devious, very humorous comedy, man. I really like that one a lot. So having these three ladies back yet again in a comedy together, this kind of intrigues me. I'm not gonna lie, man. Instead of nuns, like in The Little Hours, they're in the culinary arts. Oh, man, the culinary arts are getting a lot of love this week, man. Whether it's the culinary madness of the menu or the hilarious hijinks of Spinning Me Around. Okay, I mean, at the very least, it's gotta be entertaining, right? I mean, with these three ladies, it can't not be. It can't be a limp dick noodle. Come on, man. I really don't need a shit burger in my life, especially if it's coming from these hilarious culinary ladies. I'm hoping not indeed, man. And I really love these chicks in a lot of things. I mean, Aubrey Plaza has been really solid in a lot of efforts. Allison Brie's always great. And Molly Shannon, man. I remember the old school SNL days, okay? Superstar. Of course I remember that shit, man. So these ladies have to make this at least somewhat watchable, somewhat entertaining, at least, boy, God hope so, man. I mean, hey, the cover may look like a romantic novel. This is anything but a romance, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, you know what I'm saying indeed, man. Looks quite tasty. Lusty, perhaps? Perhaps it might be. And it might be up this boy's alley. As long as it's not... Yeah. As long as it's not Set the Virgin Free, I think we'll be all good. Somebody else can set the Virgin free. I think I'll pass. I think I'll pass indeed. But this one might be worth diving into. Spinning Me Around, love. I'll do that to Allison Brie any day of the week. Might be worth the effort. Do you need to take out the trash, the villainy scum of the city? Well, yeah, I kind of do. Well, call Bronson. Well, he's dead. Any other options? Oh, there's Liam Neeson. Willis? If I have to. Ah, shit. In Detective Night Redemption. The Blu-ray digital for $14.96. The DVD for $12.96. Oh, yes. We're back with the sequel to Detective Night. Yes. I know. You were really anticipating this shit, weren't you? Oh, yeah, something tells me you weren't, and neither was I. But you want to know what? I braved it. Yeah, I watched the first movie. Oh, you remember that one, don't you? Oh, yes, this, right here, Detective Knight Rogue. Oh, we had all kinds of fun with this one, didn't we? Oh, this was a real laugh riot. Oh, brother. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. It was just okay. But I knew, God, if I dived into the first one, I gotta dive into the rest of them. So, yeah, here we are having to dive into good old sequel love. And why? Well, shit, Bruce Willis ain't really doing much, and I'm sure neither is the producing team or the rest of the actors or directors. So they just figured, shit, we've got money to spend. Who's up for a sequel? Nobody? Bueller? We are getting paid. Oh, well, in that case. Oh, man. So, I watched this on Amazon Prime. Yes, I wanted to torture myself, because why not? I've been watching every single one of these goddamn son of a bitch straight to DVD Blu-ray Bruce Willis films. I'm a fucking whore. Fucking hell I am, dude. And so, if you remember from the last film, Detective Knight Rogue, that Bruce Willis is going to jail, or at least he's on his way to jail because of killing some of the bad guys ruthlessly. And yet the bad guy from the first film is also in jail as well. In fact, they're sharing in the same jail area. Man, talk about shitty ass luck, dude. I mean, seriously, man. And while all this is going on, well, there's a new bad guy in town. Yeah, there is a new one. You thought this city was just rid of one bad guy? Shit. Man, it's got a whole rogue squadron of those motherfuckers. It seriously does, man. The Christmas bomber, yes. Robbing banks, blowing them up. His disciples are causing chaos. And Bruce Willis is going to take out the trash. Oh, indeed he is. Or at least he's going to attempt to. Not very successfully, but hey, what were you really expecting? Come on, man. So all the crazy complications and the thrilling action set pieces and the dramatic acting, said no one ever. Oh, yeah, sad but true, dude. But I'm going to be honest with you, right? I went into this movie not expecting a goddamn fucking thing, because quite honestly, I didn't really love Rogue. As I said earlier, I didn't hate it, but it wasn't anything special. It didn't light my fire. So I'm like, God, how is Redemption gonna be? Redemption can't be that fucking good, can it? And I'm gonna be real, I didn't hate it. I mean, I didn't love it, but I thought it was okay. Actually better than it had any right to be, and I'm dead serious about that. And I think the best thing that this movie has going for it is the fact that you got all of the first movie out of the way. Establishing the characters and the situations and the storylines and everything. And you can just go into this movie full tilt, right? You can just introduce another crazy bad guy. You know what's going on with Detective Knight. You know what's going on with the other bad guys and the prison situation. And you just hit the ground running. And I think that's the best part about this movie, because I gotta admit, the Christmas bomber is actually a pretty interesting fucking bad guy. It's this religious zealot whack job dude who is using religion to recruit these prisoners, breaking them out of jail and having them on his side, his disciples, and basically using his demented way of thinking in order to feel like he's being the Robin Hood of thieves. He's breaking the system to the people's benefit, even though it's his own benefit that he's really going for, and using all of these people in the process. He's almost like a twisted religious version of the Joker. And I'm not even kidding you, dude. I mean, I actually really dug this bad guy, man. He was actually kind of interesting and unique, and I was actually kind of enjoying the madness of this dude. I seriously was, man. His twisted ways of ideology, man. Some weird, fascinating shit, man, but I really liked it. And I like the idea of the bad guy from the first movie, and the complications with his wife and his kid, and how the second film's bad guy is using that to his benefit to recruit him. Like, some of that shit was actually kind of entertaining, and I was actually kind of enjoying it, crazy enough. Even some of the action scenes were pretty cool. When they're robbing the banks and some of the gunfight stuff, I was like, dude, man, did they suddenly decide to actually kind of, I don't know, actually decide to be good for once? Like, where they're like, wow, actually we got the shitty movie out of the way. Let's make this one actually kind of good. What do you say, folks? Wow. I'm like, what the hell, dude? But I was pleasantly surprised by this film. I seriously was, man. But it's not all roses, though, at the end of the day, because the acting is still kind of shitty, all right? It ain't like this is Oscar-worthy bait, okay? This ain't that, all right? And I don't really like how they use Willis. I thought in the movie, when the police chief captain ends up talking to Willis and ends up saying, hey, we're gonna get you out of prison so that you can hunt this guy down for us, I was like, oh man, they're gonna use Willis as like this Bronson-esque character, slowly taking out these bad guys and getting to the main religious evil fuck. I was like, yes. Yeah, hell yeah, motherfucker. The both heads coming for your ass. Like, I thought, oh man, that's really cool, dude. And I thought that's where they were going, and then they sort of like meandered with Willis. Like, he would have a scene where he was talking to his old partner and talking about the old days, and then there would be a scene where he's talking to the bad guy on the phone, just talking about random shit. I was like, whatever. And it wasn't until like the last part of the movie where they're finally using Willis in an action scene, and it's so bad. I was like, oh, the action has been pretty good so far, but then Willis is barely like walking around. He's dodging bullets by just like slowly walking away from the gunfire as they're shooting, and I'm like, dude, is that even scientifically possible? Like, wait a minute, Willis can just dodge bullets by limping away? Is that even a thing? It's like, whoa. And I'm like, it just didn't work. It didn't work at all. And he's barely able to use the gun really well, and he can't really do the action like he used to, and they're trying to edit around it, and it just isn't working. And I'm like, damn, man, you had me for a little bit, and then you really had to try to use Willis in a big bombastic action scene. And dude, I'll give you points for trying, but man, you epically failed like a motherfucker. And you really did, dude. I mean, Bruce Willis is still limp dick in this film. He's not really great as the Detective Knight. I just wish they had gotten somebody better. I had said that with Detective Knight Rogue, and I really mean it here. If they had gotten somebody better, even like a Liam Neeson, or fuck, man, shit, I'll take fucking Steven Seagal in this bitch. Fuck, I'll do something else other than Willis, man, because he just comes off as a wet noodle. He barely knows his lines. I mean, I understand it with the aphasia and everything, but I mean, he just doesn't work. He's trying to be sort of the silent assassin, but it ends up just being like, he's just really needs to be in the old folks home, and, you know, instead of a prison. Please, somebody. Am I the only one that recognizes this shit? I mean, come on, man. I mean, I don't know. It has its moments of being really great, and the bad guy is really interesting, and I like the storyline with the redemption of the bad guy from the first film, but the whole Willis stuff really brings it down, dude. And at a certain point, by the time you get towards the end of the movie, it's sort of really long in the tooth. Like, the whole bad guy angle was cool, but then it's starting to wear itself thin, and you're like, dude, they should have ended this probably like 10 minutes before now. And it just kind of feels like they're just sort of wasting time in order to try to make it feature length. They're trying to stretch this thing out. And the whole subplot with his partner that survived from the first film, and how he's crippled now, and how he's trying to find his old partner and the bad guy and get his redemption, which really didn't even need to be in the fucking movie to begin with. And I'm like, oh god, it's useless subplots. But the one thing that saves this movie is the bad guy. The bad guy is really fascinating and interesting, and I kind of liked what they did with him. I mean, dude, if this movie was just called The Christmas Bomber, man, I'd kind of dig it. But it has to be a sequel to the Detective Knight Rogue series. It's the second film, and God knows we have a third one to go in this series. I got to admit, I don't hate this series. I don't love it. It's just kind of okay and average at best, but this film actually was slightly better than the first film, which is really shocking, man. I don't know where the third film will go necessarily, but I would at least be curious to find out. I mean, Lord knows Bruce Willis is a wet noodle in these movies, and Lord knows he really needs to stop while he's not even ahead, but as far as straight to DVD Bruce Willis flicks go, actually it's above the bunch. And that is incredibly fucking shocking, dude. Not great, just okay, average at best, but if you're a Willis fan, maybe worth a mild watch. And that's saying something. Oh, indeed it is, man. Jesus. Oh, Lord, is it, man. But wow, the physical media love is banging here at Walmart. This is freaking amazing. But maybe there's more to check out. And indeed there is. I'm always saying look on the sides of these displays, man, because you never know what you might find. Yes, we've already dived into Love and Thunder. Lord knows I don't want to dive back into that shit show. Old Man, Yellowstone, we've dived into them. But there's one that we haven't yet. And that's Armageddon time. Yeah, saw the DVD for $17.96. Awards darling, with Anne Hathaway, Jeremy Strong, Anthony Hopkins, man, one of those really great coming-of-age dramas. I ended up watching it on Amazon Prime. I did because, quite honestly, I had heard a lot of really great things about this movie, man. I had heard people really loving this, the acting and the drama and the story, and I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna give it a chance. Why not, dude? I mean, who doesn't like good coming-of-age flick? Come on, dude, seriously. And it's basically about this young boy set in the 1980s in Queens, and the difficulties of his life and friends and growing up and family and the struggles and, you know, the typical coming of age goodness. Of course it is, man. I gotta admit, I really dug this film. I thought it was really entertaining. I love the acting. Anthony Hopkins is fantastic here. I love Anne Hathaway as the mother. I think she's really fantastic in this role. Jeremy Strong is really great as well. There's a lot of really great acting here. I love the drama. I love how it being set in the 1980s in Queens and the complications of being a kid back in those days. You have to remember that it was the 1980s specifically, but people were still really getting out of the 1970s at that point. And you could technically say 1980 was 1979 2.0, and how things were changing and times were changing along with it, and the idea of Ronald Reagan getting elected as president, and things from the 70s that were going to be shifted into the 80s and certain sensibilities, and how being a kid was going to change along with it. It's very fascinating, very unique. I love the child actors here. I love the idea of minorities and what it meant to be a minority back in the day. It's fantastic storytelling, a fantastic drama, a great gem of a movie that I really enjoyed, man. And I think it's a worthy little flick. It's almost 2 hours long. It does feel its length at times. It feels, you know, a little bit like you're already ready to leave the movie before the movie is done. But that's a minor complaint at best, because the acting is so engrossing and you're so invested in this kid and what he has to deal with at home and with his friends and the dangers that he gets into and the life lessons that he learns, that you just go with it, man. You really do. It's so entertaining, and it really is one of those flicks that you really end up getting caught up in the family drama and just very interested to see where it goes next. I loved it. I can see why it's gotten a lot of praise, why it's gotten some awards love. I can see it because it really is that good, man. It ain't half bad. And I think, for what it's worth, as far as coming of age dramas are concerned, yeah, I think it's well worth your time. And on the other side of the new release love, well, you know, when you need an undercover agent to go into your prison system, seriously, you got nobody else but Tyrese? You can't get anybody else in this bitch? Jesus Christ, in a system. The Blu-ray for $16.20, that is an odd price, and the DVD for $14.58. Man, who comes up with these prices? Seriously, man, what the hell, dude? Oh, man. Yeah, I watched this on Amazon Prime. I don't know why. I really shouldn't have. I knew I was going to be torturing myself, but I figure, hey, I've got to get some enjoyment out of it, right? I mean, I'm paying $4 for the rental. It'll be $4 worthy, right? Well, yeah, about that. I gotta stop doing that, man. Getting my hopes up for this shit. Tyrese Gibson, Terrence Howard, Jeremy Piven, and Little Yachty. Who the fuck is that? Seriously, I don't listen to rap no more, folks. I don't know who the fuck these people are no more, man. So, basically, Tyrese plays this guy out of the military, gets caught up in this drug bust, and the authorities are like, hey, we're going to put you undercover into this very corrupt prison to take down the warden and take down all these corrupt people once and for all. And we spin the yarn from there, folks. Oh, indeed we do, man. You know, look, I gotta admit, it wasn't terrible. I had some entertainment factor out of this sumbitch. I kinda did. I mean, Tyrese Gibson was kind of intimidating, kind of menacing, kind of limp dick of an actor. I mean, basically, he only has one mode, and that's resting bitch face. Right there, folks. I mean, truth be told, he's actually really good at resting bitch face. So, I mean, if you're good at something, why not keep it going? I mean, yeah, he's alright in the movie. He's not anything spectacular, but I guess he gets the job done. I mean, Terrence Howard, I actually really liked him in this. Playing this guy who is a mentor to Tyrese and, you know, reminds him pretty much of himself when he was younger, even though, like, how older is he than Tyrese? Are they the same age? Is Tyrese... oh my god, I can't figure that shit out. I'm like, dude, if I try to figure out who's older and younger, man, I'm gonna give myself a headache. I just know that Terrence Howard has a mustache, and that's why we kind of know he's older. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Who the hell knows, dude? I mean, he's a mentor to him, a trainer to him, because basically why this prison system is corrupt is because the warden, played by Jeremy Piven, is doing this underground fight club where the prisoners are having to fight each other for supremacy. Free steak dinners, conjugal visits. Okay, is that really the prize? Okay, I get a steak dinner out of this something. I really gotta beat this motherfucker to death in order to get a steak dinner? God damn, man, that doesn't exactly seem fair to me. I mean, man, maybe steak for a week? Eh? Only once? Damn, man, that steak better be banging, bitch. Holy hell, dude. Oh, man. And so Tyrese is slowly but surely having to fight his way to the top in order to fight the corruption down below. Oh, yes, man. Let me tell you something, dude. Jeremy Piven, man. You know, Tyrese is just okay at best. Terrence Howard is not terrible, but Jeremy Piven, man. Dude, what happened to the Pivs, man? Fucking hell. He was on top of the world, man. Entourage. And now he's doing garbage like this, man. He plays the warden, right? And he's all corrupt and shit, and he's using the system to his benefit. But this guy is so laughably bad in his acting. You do not feel threatened by this motherfucker one bit, man. I mean, seriously, he is one hell of a limp dick wet noodle pussy in this flick, man. I mean, I never felt one bit of danger or the fact that this guy could, like, crush me one bit with his guards. I'm like, dude, you basically look like a toddler that taped your father's pubic hair to your face. I mean, it's so bad, dude. I would be more threatened if Jay and Silent Bob came in and Jay was showing his genitals doing the Goodbye Horses dance. I mean, seriously, man, this guy is ineffective like a motherfucker. I mean, god damn, dude. And the acting is so fucking pitiful. I was like, wow. I mean, you know, I saw an interview that he did, or actually it wasn't even an interview, I think it was his stand-up, where he made a comment about how, you know, he's a classically trained actor, and he went to college and everything, and all these other people are getting bigger roles and getting more spotlight and shit. And I was thinking to myself, like, dude, after watching this flick, dude, you cannot complain at all. Dude, if this is your acting in a straight-to-DVD flick like this, dude, no wonder no one's hiring you for big, blockbuster, you know, extravaganza stuff that's coming out there, because they know that you can't act your way out of a wet paper bag, especially if somebody keeps on pissing in it. Jeez. God, it's so bad, dude, man. And even the fight stuff. The fights are okay, but they're not staged all that well. You know, the whole dungeon area is lit like it's a cheapo set from Pee-wee's Playhouse. I mean, oh, God. I mean, I like some of the badass moments with Tyrese Gibson. Terrence Howard has some good, trainable, teachable, mentor type of moments, I suppose. And there is a fight scene or two that is badass, and people flexing and mean mugging with their big-ass muscles and shit. It's okay, but it ain't great, dude. It's not gonna light the world on fire, and it certainly ain't gonna light Tyrese Gibson's career either. Oh, man, it was what it was, but it ain't that great. Let's put it that way. I've seen a hell of a lot better. I mean, it reminded me of movies like Escape Plan or Lock Up with Stallone, which I really love. I mean, there was some really interesting aspects to the movie, but it's been done better in other movies that ended up actually being more memorable than this will ever be. Well, worth a try, I suppose, Tyrese, but doesn't reinvigorate your career. Just go back to another Fast and Furious movie, will you, and shut the fuck up. Ay. It's the only thing you got these days, and this certainly ain't one of them. Oh, man. Goddamn, dude. But I got to admit, the physical media love is amazing. Holy crap, did they have a hell of a lot. Exclusives, a lot of new release love, Funko Pops, man. A lot of great shit that only the good old Wally World can provide. Not bad indeed. But maybe there's more? And indeed there is. Oh my God. If the physical media madness wasn't enough, they have seasonal goodness. Valentine's Day seasonal goodness. Oh, look at this, man. This is awesome. Wow. Some unique new slipcover love on old DVD editions. Yes. Oh, man. Don't you just love that shit? Oh, you truly do, man. Look at this. I mean, you got the Dirty Dancing love, which, come on, I'm always champion Dirty Dancing. And when it comes to Valentine's Day, that's definitely a good flick. 5 Feet Apart is not half bad. La La Land absolutely is a winner. Oh, God, man. People really watch this shit on Valentine's Day. Oh, man. I even love the fact that they have, look at this. Dude, this is amazing. They have I Spit on Your Grave Valentine's Day slipcover love. That is fucking crazy. That is so cool. Oh my God, that's awesome. Wow. That almost makes you want to collect it, man, just for the slip alone, because that looks fucking awesome, dude. Look at that. Hell, they got Warm Bodies. They got Basic Instinct. Oh, look at this. They even got the scene where she's going to spread her legs. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's so cool. With the faces and it looks like the knife stabbing. Oh, that's awesome, man. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that. Hell, they even got Rosemary's Baby. Yo. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's a great looking Slippy Love. I love that. Love and Monsters. Oh, that's a really cool slipcover too. This is a really great movie, man. Very highly underrated, but I've always loved this flick. This is really cool. And that's a really great one. I love that. Then they got ones that are not really slipcovers. They just put it in here for the Valentine's Day love, like The Invitation, which, seriously, this is not a good movie, man. Not even close. I mean, the Scream ones, but, I mean, do you really consider these Valentine's Day ones? Like, no. Not even close, dude. I mean, Gone with the Wind is a great movie, but Valentine's Day? I I mean, Titanic is more Valentine's Day, but man, that's depressing as a motherfucker at the end, dude. Jeez. And Kate Winslet can't even let him on the wreckage. Ah, man. Come on, there was room. Jeez. And then you have 50 Shades, 3-movie collection over here, which, by the way, again, just like Twilight, who the hell is watching this shit on Valentine's Day? I watched one of these movies in the movie theater with my girlfriend, and she almost killed me. All right? I know better now, man. Audrey Hepburn, Princess and the Frog, Cinderella. Okay, good ones for the kids. Oh, man, they got a ladies' night in with Book Club, Soap Dish, and First Wives Club. I love all 3 of these movies, man. They're so great. Dude, love these actors and actresses, and especially in Soap Dish. It's so funny as hell, man. This is a great addition for $5. That's awesome on DVD. I mean, even this collection, Somewhere in Time, Mask, Coal Miner's Daughter, classic movies. That's awesome, dude. Oh, and then you have even more horror love with My Bloody Valentine. Oh, look at that. That is, so cool. The original My Bloody Valentine, Slippy Love. Oh, that's fucking killer. You gotta admit that, dude. There was supposed to be the remake, but they don't have that right now. Oh, I wish they did, man. Oh, it's so cool. That's awesome. Dr. Sleep Shining, which doesn't exactly scream Valentine's Day, but then again, neither does Carrie 3 film collection. Oh, man, dude. I'm like, yes, this absolutely does scream love and, happiness. But it is a great set, though. I mean, Carrie's classic. The Rage Carrie 2, I actually quite like The Rage Carrie 2. It's not everybody's jam, but it's definitely mine. And the remake with Chloe Grace Moretz is not terrible. It's okay. It's all right, man. But 2 out of 3 ain't bad, dude. But yeah, it doesn't scream Valentine's Day to me. But 10 Things I Hate About You does, though. I love this movie, man. Rest in peace, Heath Ledger. Julia Stiles is great. Great teen comedy. Oh, that's awesome. Father of the Bride in Part 2 is so awesome. I love these 2 movies. Classic. Love Steve Martin. Charlie Brown is great. Ooh, Age of Adeline love. Not bad. Good Slippy love there. If you like Lopez, sure. The Princess Diaries, 2 great films. I heard they're supposed to be making a 3rd film at some point, which I know a lot of people really want to see. Maybe in the future, but good flick regardless. Proposal's really great. For film collection, I really love Message in a Bottle. Of course, Notebook is great. The other ones, okay. The Hate You Give is a really great movie. Talk about a really great racial flick, but not exactly Valentine's Day necessarily. Fatal Attraction, okay. Not exactly screaming Valentine's Day either. But let's just put it this way. If you end up getting with a side chick, make sure she doesn't find the rabbit. Indecent Proposal, which I love. Oh, man. I'm going to use your wife for money. Great. Oh, Fatale, which is good, but not exactly, happiness either. Love Happiness. Oh, God. Fried Green Tomatoes, which is one of my mother's favorite flicks of all time. It's a really great movie. Jessica Tandy is awesome. I love this movie. So well done. Oh, my God. Jesus, they even have Slippy Love for Better Off Dead? What the hell? Oh, my God. This is so cool, dude. Wow. Just when you think you have seen it all for Walmart slipcovers, they bring out this shit, man. This definitely doesn't scream love unless it's the love for, I want my $2. Oh, so good, man. I love that. Pretty Woman. I would definitely put that in the category of great Valentine's Day movies. These ones are pretty good, too. If I had to pick between the one I like the most, it would be Moulin Rouge, but Romeo and Juliet is absolutely solid. Doris Day, 7 Dresses. Devil Wears Prada is so much better than 27 Dresses. Seriously. Okay, one. Oh, wow. Hell, they even have Slippy Love for Let Me In. Dude, oh, this is the remake one. Which, a lot of people really didn't like the remake one. I gotta admit, I actually really dig the remake. Yes, it's not as good as the original, but I think it's a really solid film that got a lot of hate unnecessarily, man. I think it's still really, really fucking awesome, man. Bloody as hell, really great drama. The acting is great. I thought it was fucking, actually, a hell of a lot better than it had any right to be.
And it does come with a limited edition comic book, which is pretty fucking killer. Not bad. Above Suspicion, not bad. And, ooh, Double Jeopardy. Oh, wow, that's interesting. This is an okay movie. I like Ashley Judd in it. Tommy Lee Jones isn't half bad, but it's not as good as Kiss the Girls, though. Kiss the Girls is so much better than this, man. Double Jeopardy's okay, but lesser, put it that way. But wow, look at that, man. All the slippy goodness, the unique and interesting and sometimes, well, quite oddball Valentine's Day picks. Very interesting indeed. For the Walmart Valentine's Day love. Who'd have thought, man, Valentine's Day slipcovers would be so interesting to Walmart and interesting to me. Very fascinating indeed. It's something well worthy of checking out, that's for damn sure. Not half bad at all, baby, especially for the new release love, the slipcover goodness, exclusives. Yeah, I gotta admit, man, Walmart be killing it this week in a big bad way, and I'm damn glad for it. Hope you were too. Oh, I indeed always am. Well, yeah, not always, but this week definitely, for sure. Let's head out. Now, why can't this be every single time for Walmart? Seriously, this is banging, man. Physical media is on display. They are rocking it, man. Exclusive slipcovers. We got great exclusive editions of the new release love. We've got a hell of a lot of really great blockbusters out there with the physical media goodness. We've got the indie love as well. Man, dude, if this is how we're starting 2023 with Walmart, then consider me a huge goddamn fan, dude. You can bet your ass on that one, man. You know, it kind of feels weirdly to say this, but towards the end of 2022 and now into 2023, it feels like this Walmart is improving. Is it just me? Am I going crazy? I think I'm going nuts, though, dude. The fact that I think they're actually improving on the physical media and actually putting out the releases and actually showing the movie love finally. Lord knows I've complained enough about that shit. Maybe they finally listened? That'd be wild as hell, man. Wow, that is crazy, man. But hey, I will take it. There's so many editions to talk about, so many great artwork to check out. And it was just a pleasure, man, being here. I can't always say that it is for this Walmart, but this time around it definitely was, and I know it was for you too. Oh, you definitely can't deny that. So much movie, physical media, gold. More than we can handle. But we're always happy for it. Oh, that's for damn sure, man. But there is more love out there. There's gotta be. Walmart can't be it. Oh, there's gotta be more that we're going in search for. So let's do it and head to the next location. All right, everybody. We are at our second location, Target. But before I go in, I gotta talk to you guys about something. Now, yes, it is the new year, but you know, I always gotta bring up baggage from last year because, hey, why not? It's just too juicy to not dive into it. Okay, seriously. And sometimes actors and actresses put their foot in their mouths when they probably shouldn't be doing it in the first place. But look, these people can't help themselves. And this one in particular, oh man. So Jennifer Lawrence was doing an interview, right? And she ended up saying, I remember when I was doing Hunger Games. Nobody had ever put a woman in the lead of an action movie. We were told girls and boys can both identify with a male lead, but boys cannot identify with a female lead. Wait a minute. Jeez. Is there, like, selective memory? Jesus, somebody having Alzheimer's like a motherfucker? Jeez, you might have to go to the doctors. I mean, what about Michelle Yeoh, Pam Grier, Sigourney Weaver, Carrie Fisher, Jamie Lee Curtis? Wow, I guess none of them were women in leads of action movies. Jennifer Lawrence was the first. Wow. Oh. God help us all. Oh, God help us all, man. Jesus Christ, dude. Seriously? Jennifer, honey, baby, booby, I like you. Okay, but before you say something like this, do your research.
For God's sakes, please. Oh, my goodness, man. Oh, God, man. Really putting your foot in your mouth like a motherfucker. God damn, dude. Look, I am a huge fan of strong female characters, and when I saw this, I was like, damn, dude, she done fucked up. I was like, wow. Jeez. Apparently, you're the only major actress in Hollywood that just suddenly gets an action role. Nobody else in the history of cinema has ever done it other than you. Okay. But this goes to a larger issue. And the larger issue is basically revisionist history, or the fact that we're getting rid of old school history. There is a lot of movie lovers out there and movie fans nowadays that do not go back and watch the older material. They just don't do it. Now, I know I'm preaching to the choir with you guys because you watch the old stuff. You know what I'm talking about. But there's a lot of people on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, new film lovers out there, a lot of the young 20-somethings and teens, kids coming up nowadays that do not watch the old school movies because they're old. We don't want to watch old stuff. That's not relevant to us anymore. We want the new stuff. So they see a quote like this and they're like, yeah, Jennifer Lawrence was the first lady to do an action movie. And then I literally am like, ah, I lose my fucking mind, man. Okay, look, I was really brought up with a sense of movie history from my mother and my father, watching old school black and white movies from back in the day, romantic movies, old school, action flicks, the Jackie Chan stuff, the Michelle Yeoh movies, I mean, you name it. And so I had an appreciation early on as a movie lover to really go back and honor those old school films and see where a lot of the influences for the modern stuff came from. We don't do that anymore. If it's not popular on Instagram or Facebook or it's not trending, we don't want to fucking deal with it anymore, man. And this is sickening to me. It's fucking downright worrisome and wrong and terrible, and yet at the same time, there's really no stopping it. This culture has literally, in some ways, went to shit. I mean, the internet and social media has been great for many things, really spotlighting some really great causes and really championing certain issues. Of course, absolutely, man. But at a certain point, we gotta call out the bullshit, don't we? I mean, we seriously do. And this is part of it. The idea that we don't go back and watch the old school stuff because, oh, those people are old and they're boomers, or, oh, they're dead, they're not relevant anymore. And I'm just like, man, get off your fucking high horse. And how about you learn some fucking history, for Christ's sake? I mean, how hard is that, dude? I mean, seriously, man. I mean, people like Pam Grier and Sigourney Weaver and Jamie Lee Curtis and Carrie Fisher and so many wonderful ladies out there paved the way for people like Jennifer Lawrence to have the roles that they have to this day. And to just ignore them, I mean, maybe she honestly forgot. Maybe it was a slip of the mind. It happens from time to time. Nobody's perfect, and I get it. But Jennifer Lawrence has a huge fan base. There's no denying that. And with your fan base, you can promote a lot of these older ladies who came before you. And there's a responsibility that you have. It's the same thing of a lot of the other people that came up back in the day, like the Jack Nicholsons and the Al Pacinos and the Robert De Niros and directors like John Carpenter and Wes Craven and Steven Spielberg and all those people. They were products of what came before them, and they honored those people. And we should be doing the same with every new generation. It doesn't happen, but it damn right should. I mean, look, for me, if I ever have a child, I'm going to show them the old school movies. I'm going to teach them about the history of this. Oh, yes, This horror franchise here, Jamie Lee Curtis was the Scream Queen. She started it all. Michelle Yeoh, yeah, she was one of the originators of Hong Kong action cinema. She was great. You look at, blaxploitation. Pam Grier was really somebody who was a very big leading charge in that. And you have to look back at cinema history in order to inform you of not only the past, but of the present and the future going forward. And we just lose a little bit of that with every generation. With a lot of video rental stores now gone, pretty much non-existent, and physical media not as prevalent as it once was, you have these Netflixes, you have the Red Boxes, you have all these other things out there that it's quick, it's easy, you don't really have to search or take your time, and we lose something in the translation. And there's something about having physical media and old school movies on disc that really informs you as a movie lover and really gives you a sense of cinema history. There's just not that type of way of doing things anymore, and it's just sad. Am I the only one? Am I the fucking boomer in the room here, folks? Am I the fucking old curmudgeon? Or do I have a little bit of a point? Let me know, guys. I mean, like I said, this isn't the most egregious thing an actor has ever said. Lord knows it's not. But at the end of the day, though, it's a symptom of a larger issue. And if we don't honor the people from the past, how can we really appreciate the present? I'm just saying, man. Let me know what you think, guys. It's interesting. Maybe I'm just out of touch. Who knows? Maybe I've been out of touch for years and just am finally realizing it. Well, better late than never. Better late than never indeed. Let me know what you think, guys. But as far as physical media love, I mean, let's be real. Walmart was killing it. They were awesome, man. But what about good old Target? Can they deliver the first of the year? Well, let's check it out.
All right, everybody, we are in a good old Target under the new release love, and I'm seeing a few things we're checking out. Oh, I definitely do. Not as plentiful as Walmart, but we got some stuff we're checking out. Oh, that's for damn sure. And let's give it a go with none other than the man, the myth, the legend. Just call him the Man in Black. Oh yes, good old Black Adam. The 4K Blu-ray digital for $29.99. The Blu-ray DVD digital only at Target exclusive. Oh, more exclusive Black Adam love. Oh, nice. Not bad. I know. You're struggling. You really want to raise that eyebrow, don't you? What is this? Exclusive Blu-ray packaging plus collectible character cards. Not bad. A little bit of exclusive slippy goodness. Pretty tempting, not gonna lie. They got that. They got the regular Blu-ray DVD digital for $24.99 and I see a good old DVD love for $19.99, and not bad for the selection, the variety of Black Adam, yes. Supposedly so, man. But, when it comes to Black Adam, I kind of got to talk about The Rock. Yeah, I do. Because, is it just me? Or I'm kind of getting sick of the dude. Just a wee bit. I'm not going to lie, man. Because he's kind of playing the same character over and over and over and over. Yeah, he kind of is, man. And I know what some people are going to say. Well, it's The Rock, right? You want him to beat the shit out of people and look badass while doing it. I know, but I'd like some kind of range. Am I asking too much? I mean, seriously. I mean, if you look at Scorpion King or Walking Tall, Black Adam, the Fast and the Furious flicks, and I could continue to go on and on and on. He just plays the same one-note type of character over and over again. Just look staunch and badass and mean mugging and look tough with mega muscles and beat the shit out of people. And it doesn't matter whether you're in the superhero costume or you're hanging out with Vin Diesel or you're carrying a piece of lumber. It doesn't really matter. You're just doing the same thing over and over and over all the damn time, man. And I said it when I was talking about Peacemaker weeks ago, but you look at John Cena, and John Cena's got a lot of range, more range than Dwayne Johnson has. I mean, he can play comedy really well. He can play vulnerable really well. He's good, better than a lot of people give him credit for. And even look at somebody like Batista. I mean, you can say a lot about Batista all you want, but the man really is stretching himself as an actor. And he really is going for some crazy type of different roles than you would normally see any type of actor like him going for. I don't see Rock going for those roles. I really don't. He's really challenging himself. Whether it's the Guardians of the Galaxy stuff, Blade Runner 2049, the new Knives Out movie, I mean, even that next flick, Knock at the Cabin. I mean, that's looking like he's definitely stretching himself in a big bad way. So he's trying. He's definitely putting in the effort. But I just don't know about The Rock anymore, man. I mean, there's very few instances where I can say he was really stretching himself. I mean, maybe a little bit in Red Notice, maybe the Jumanji movies, because he's not really playing a badass dude. He's playing like a scared teenager in a video game. So maybe that's a little bit of it. Pain and Gain, yeah, I'd say that's a bit of stretching it. A little bit different character. Well, he is a muscle-bound meathead, but a little bit of a different stretch, I suppose, concerning the whole like crazy, wild, true story of it all. Yeah. Then again, I guess you could also say The Tooth Fairy, which nobody ever really likes and is a real terrible kids movie. You could say Southland Tales, which no one ever really wants to remember, because that's downright painful. Or you could even say Be Cool. Oh, you don't remember Be Cool? You know, that sequel to Get Shorty that nobody ever wanted, and the movie that no one ever really talks about? Yeah, he was in that movie. Yeah, a long time ago, man. Back in what, like 2004, 2005, somewhere around there, man. My God, dude. Yeah, the good old days. That's what they call it? I highly doubt it, man. I mean, look, most of the time when he's trying to go out of his comfort zone, most of the time it doesn't really work. It kind of fails, unfortunately. People want The Rock to be this muscle-bound badass beating the crap out of people. That's what they want, and that's what he gives them, for good or bad. I mean, I've always liked The Rock. I was a huge wrestling fan from back in the day, and I was really there for the big explosion of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, man, in the WWF. I was there for that as a fan, and I saw the charisma and I saw the personality, and he was exploding through the television into your eyeballs, man. You just couldn't take your eyes off of him. And I knew eventually Hollywood would be calling, or he would be calling Hollywood. And he's made a name for himself being one badass motherfucker. But I think it's starting to slightly catch up to him now. Look, I'll always like him for what it's worth. But I've given him so many tries over and over and over again as an actor. And I'm just waiting for him to do something really amazing and spectacular that's really gonna make me really feel like, okay, he's on the next level, man. He's on a level unto himself, like a Schwarzenegger or a Stallone or something like that. I just haven't seen that yet. And yet he can't really be an amazing, versatile actor the way Batista is trying to be, or even the way that John Cena is at least trying to put himself out there as. Is The Rock better than Hulk Hogan? Yeah, duh. Okay, of course he's better than him and a lot of other actors that have tried their hand at, acting a time or two. I mean, I'll even say he's better than Rowdy Roddy Piper, even though, He certainly doesn't have a They Live under his belt. But that being said, man, I really feel like he's at an impasse in his career where he's really reached a peak level of superstardom and box office draw, and now people are like, what do you got next? And Black Adam was supposed to be the next level of The Rock's career, man. He was going to prove that he doesn't need to be part of an existing franchise like Fast and the Furious. He can create his own. He can be his own master of his own destiny and really be a big player in a larger pond. And Black Adam just didn't really do him any favors. It didn't, man. It flopped. It lost money. A lot of money, man. And no matter how you fudge the numbers or what you try to do to spin the narrative, it's a failure, and not a good one for the DCEU, and not a good one for The Rock, man. There's egg on his face. And so, look, I'm always going to look forward to what he does next. I've heard about Red Notice 2 and 3, which I'm interested in, and perhaps there's a San Andreas 2 that's on the horizon. At least that's what I thought. Maybe rumors of, possibly. I mean, I know he's doing like this Christmas comedy movie with J.K. Simmons. I mean, there's things that he's going to be doing. He's always going to be a box office draw, but can he ever take it to the next level? I don't know if he fully can. And I think this was one of the first attempts to really go there, and I just don't think it worked out for him. Better luck next time. But then again, my question is, how many more better luck next times is there going to be until there's no more left? That's the thing about it. You know, if Black Adam is any indication, The Rock is good. He has the charisma, he has the personality, he just needs the right vehicle in order to end up making it work in his favor. And as much as he tried to force it to work, shove it in people's faces, and try to get them to like it, you can work on it all you want. You can get the director you want, the actors you want, the special effects artists you want, visual effects up the ass. But, you know, if it's not the right character for you, it's not the right character. If it's not the right story and you don't have the right personality and charm to bring the character to life, then it just isn't going to work. It's a sad reality, and one that The Rock is going to have to learn sooner or later. Let's hope sooner rather than later. We'll see where The Rock goes in his career, but Black Adam is definitely a roadblock along the way. Ah, yes, the complicated nature of women in the workplace. It's not easy, folks, and with this film, it ain't getting any better. The Blu-ray DVD digital of She Said for $22.99. Ah, yes. Very nice indeed, man. And here's the thing about it is, yeah, it can be a little bit hard to talk about. Yeah, it can be hard to watch and dive into, but it kind of is necessary, isn't it? Change is not always easy to understand, nor is it all that easy to swallow at times, but sometimes change is necessary to move forward. And so are these types of movies, the Me Too movies. There's not a lot of them necessarily, but the ones that are out there in the ether are very unique and interesting, actually. I mean, you have movies like Bombshell, the whole Roger Ailes expose piece, which is a very interesting movie. The performances are really great. Not exactly the most entertaining movie ever, but I suppose it wasn't meant to be. It's not a bad movie. Not the greatest, though. I had a decent time with it overall. I mean, you do have movies like The Assistant from 2019, which actually is eerily similar to the whole Harvey Weinstein thing. It's about this chick who becomes this assistant to this movie industry mogul, and the abuse that she ends up getting from this guy and the sexual misconduct. Actually, it's really good. I think it's on Hulu, actually. Not a bad little movie, but man, comparing it to this film, I'm like, wow, that's actually way similar than I was expecting. It's actually really solid, though. I mean, there's that. There's also Luckiest Girl Alive that's on Netflix with Mila Kunis. it's not a bad movie necessarily. The performances are really good. It's a little hard to watch, kind of disturbing in moments, but it has its ups and downs. Still pretty decent flick, though. My favorite, actually, is Promising Young Woman with Carey Mulligan. Man, do I love that movie. That is incredibly entertaining, comedic at moments, a great revenge tale, man. And I just love how this chick really spits back a lot of the venom that men give and just gives it right back in like wicked fashion. So fantastic, man. I really love her performance in there. I love the story. I think it's incredibly dramatic and really powerful, man. That's my favorite of them. But I think the Me Too movement is worthy of being told in movie form. I truly do, and I think there's stories that are worthy to be seen on the big screen. The problem is, does other people really feel the same way? Does it translate to box office success at the end of the day? Because for me, I don't really care about that. Whether a movie makes a lot of money at the box office, makes billions of dollars, I don't really care about that. I ultimately care about the movie itself and the performances and the story. I could give a damn about how much money it makes at the end of the day, but we're talking about Hollywood here, and at the end of the day, well, it all comes down to money. I mean, you look at something like Bombshell, the whole Roger Ailes thing, huge expose stuff, big zeitgeist news story that didn't translate to a lot of money at the box office. It kind of fell flat on its face. And the same thing with She Said. As big as the whole Harvey Weinstein thing is, the news stories and, the focus on it, this movie didn't translate to people going and actually watching it on the big screen. And it's tough to say the reason why. Maybe people just were kind of burned out by it and just didn't want to deal with it. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why. It's an explanation. Maybe not the best one, but it's something. I mean, I think at the end of the day, you need to have really good stories with really intriguing characters, and you have to be entertaining enough to keep people's attention even after all of the headlines are gone. And I think that's the ultimate problem with She Said, is that it's a really powerful movie. It has a message that really is something that really needs to be highlighted and spotlighted, but it just didn't really emotionally connect to people, and that's the ultimate issue behind it. You can have a big, powerful message. Any film can have that. But if you can translate it to a movie where people really feel engaged by it, then it's all for naught necessarily. It's really tough to say, man. Like I said, there's a lot of really great movies out there, and the Me Too movement is going to have a lot of those, but at the end of the day, well, not everyone is going to be great. Does that mean we're going to get more of these movies? Hopefully, but for the time being, I think it's kind of settling down a bit. She Said is a powerful message to behold for a lot of females out there. Female empowerment. It's not a bad thing, but you need to package it in the right way for people to truly want it and for people to go to the movie theater in order to pay for it. That's the trick. Family, freedom, and the fight for justice in Till. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $22.99, a DVD for $17.99. And as I said at Walmart, and it is very true, this is an incredibly tough watch. You are in the feels for a lot of the movie, man. All kinds of emotions, anger and sadness and frustration, and it just washes right over you. But this is not the only movie to really ever deal with this type of subject matter. Movies like Selma, A Time to Kill, Marshall with Chadwick Boseman, which is a phenomenally great flick. You look at Malcolm X, newer flicks like The Hate You Give, or slightly older ones like Mississippi Burning. Whew. Man, that's an emotional roller coaster. My God, man. I mean, even more lighthearted fare like The Help really still gives you that hard-hitting feeling and a lot of emotions with the characters and the situations that they're going through. I mean, there's a lot out there that really does challenge the audience and challenges your perspectives. But if we're being honest, isn't that what good cinema is supposed to do? I mean, seriously, man. Isn't that the whole concept, the whole purpose behind it? Because Here's the deal. There are some people out there who want their movies safe, sanitary. They don't want to take chances or emotions or be challenged. Oh, God forbid. Oh, man. And you want to know what? If those people want to do that, then have at it, man. You know, it's your time, it's your eyeballs, it's, you know, your viewing experience. I get that, man. But cinema is supposed to really bring out different emotions and challenge you in so many fantastical ways. And to deprive yourself of that, that's just wrong, man. That's not right. Oh man, that's sacrilege, in my opinion. I mean, from a young age, I was watching all kinds of movies: action, thrillers, horror, drama, romance, movies like this. I was challenged so early on as a moviegoer when I was younger and throughout my life. And I'm okay with watching movies that are not easy to deal with, subject matter that's a little on the tough side. I'm cool with it, man. I like that experience. I like to be challenged, man, and I don't know what I would do without it. I mean, seriously, I don't know what my perspectives on life would be without challenging cinema. And it's just crazy to think that some people don't want to go there. And, you know, sometimes dealing with these type of issues, the way to deal with it is truly to watch moving imagery like this that will give you a perspective unlike any other. And unless you had a time traveling machine and could go back to this time period and experience it yourself, maybe, but this is the next best thing. And it really is an eye-opening experience that really does tug at your heartstrings and tug at your emotions and really makes you rethink everything that you've known before. And it's not a new experience. It's a time-old tradition that's been going on for a shit-ass long time, man. It truly has. But, you know, to me, cinema has its many challenges, and it's not perfect. But in reality, movies are a journey. They're an experiment of the human condition. And if you're not willing to go down that road, then maybe you shouldn't be watching movies. I'm just saying, man. I mean, not everything is safe. Not everything is sanitary. You know, you have to get out of your comfort zone. You have to get out of your bubble and experience new things. And movies are a way to do that. And if you're not willing to go there, then what are you doing in the first place, man? What the fuck are you doing on this planet, man? Think about it, will ya? No, some of the best things in life are the experiences that we find for the first time and emotions that we feel and have never felt before. Movies give us that, and Till is a perfect example, and all those movies that I said are perfect examples of it. And they're not going away anytime soon. They've been in cinema history for a long time, and they will continue to be for many, many more years, many years after I'm gone and you're gone as well. If you're not willing to deal with it, best leave now, because the human condition is a very interesting ride, a very interesting journey, and movies are a way to tell a story, experience new challenges, and go through journeys that you've never been through before. And I'm willing to take the ride. Are you?
Pray for sin, pray for Satan, pray for the devil. Well, that's the only way to true enlightenment. Oh, you bet your ass it is. The Blu-ray DVD digital Pray for the Devil for $31.49. Wow, man, damn. I guess exorcism is expensive. Jeez. And actually, if you notice, it says The Devil's Light. Wait a minute. This is Pray for the Devil. Why does it say Devil's Light? In fact, crazy enough, this is another name for Pray for the Devil. True story. If you look this up, if you type in The Devil's Light, it will come up with this movie. In fact, certain parts of other countries, it's called The Devil's Light. Swear to God, man. So it's kind of weird here in the U.S. that Target is literally putting it as The Devil's Light. I don't know why, but they're one in the same movie. Crazy enough, guys. Yeah, it's the first for me, man. Wow, kind of fascinating, actually. But regardless, whether you call it one thing or another, it's definitely the same movie. Yeah, not a Marcus substitute, unfortunately. I only wish, man. Ah, damn, dude. Exorcism movies can be really great. Of course, not this one, but there have been ones that have been really great before, man. Of course, the granddaddy of them all happens to be The Exorcist. Yes, the one, the only. Oh, man. Classic. There's no doubt about it. So fantastic, man. But then there's other movies that are just as good, actually. Really great. Some get more notice than others, but there's ones in the genre that are really, really special, man. You look at something like The Exorcism of Emily Rose, which is really great. Not only is it an exorcism movie, but a courtroom drama as well, and does it so well. The Last Exorcism, which is fantastic, actually. I really like that movie. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but man, I thought it was effective. I love the horror aspects and the creepiness of it, and the woman who's being exorcised and has a demon inside her. Like all the stuff that she's doing with her body, majority of that was her. Man, she's one hell of a contortionist. Wow, man. She was fantastic, dude. Even recent exorcism movies like The Exorcism of God, which actually isn't half bad, honestly. It's one of those like straight to DVD Blu-ray movies, but man, actually I really enjoyed that one. That wasn't half bad. I sort of went in with my arms folded. I'm like, oh god, another one of these ones. And I really like the characters. I like the scares. I like the exorcism stuff. I thought it was really brilliantly well done, actually. Of course, I have to mention Exorcist 3 because why not? And even the two Exorcist prequel movies aren't half bad necessarily. It's been a long time since I've revisited them, but I'd probably put them in the pile, say they're not half bad. Even the Exorcist TV show, which wasn't terrible. I actually kind of enjoyed that one. It's a shame that it didn't really stay around for too long because it wasn't that bad, man. Actually pretty decent overall. Of course, you got some comedy stuff like Repossessed. Oh, Leslie Nielsen hijinks, man. Oh boy, that was not half bad either, man. I mean, there's a lot of stinkers out there, obviously, but there is a few within the genre that are really solid, man. I just wish Pray for the Devil was as good as those, man. I mean, it's hard to invest in the characters because it's so predictable and they're just so matter of fact. You know where everything is going. They're trying to throw too many twists and turns in there to try to fool you, but come on, man. We know this shit, man. As horror experts, man, we got this shit on lockdown, baby. I mean, seriously, man. And some of the shit doesn't even make any sense, and the characters are just talking and then talking and then talking and then continuing to talk just about random shit and exorcisms, but not actually doing any fucking exorcisms, and you're just waiting for something fun and interesting and, kind of scary to happen, and you're just kind of sitting there with your hands folded like, yeah. Maybe something will happen soon? Jeez, I hope. Oh man. And that was exactly like it was for Bob and I, because we just sat there waiting for something interesting to happen. And even when there was something that was supposed to be interesting on screen, it just didn't really feel all that immediate or tension filled, scary, atmospheric. It was just a damn shame, man. It really honestly was. And that's why few and far between there is really good exorcism movies. Most of them just fail and fail horribly because doing these type of movies is just not easy. You need the right chemistry with the actors, you need the right situations, you need to have a certain amount of personality and charm with these characters in order to relate to them and understand them and get to know them. And you need to have certain situations where you feel in danger and you feel that these characters are not safe, and it's just not easy to do that anymore. And now with CGI technology, digital everything, making good exorcism movies is just not as easy as it used to be, man. I mean, it was never easy to begin with, but now you can do everything so matter of fact, and people can just crawl up walls and do crazy shit with their faces and whatnot that, I don't know, it just doesn't really stir terror in you anymore, man. It's just not easy, dude. And will we ever get back to the days of really good exorcism movies? I highly doubt it, but Pray for the Devil, if it's any indication, is not happening anytime soon. Damn shame, but what did you really expect? To boldly go where no animated Star Trek adventure has gone before. Oh yes, teenagers in outer space. God help us all. Oh, and Star Trek Prodigy Season 1, the DVD for $16.59. Look at this, baby. Oh, I have heard a thing or two about this, okay? I have not seen a single episode of Star Trek Prodigy. However, if everything everybody has said about this show is true, I've got to give it a chance, man, because let's be real. Star Trek is ever so slightly making a comeback. Ever so slightly they are, man. And I'm damn glad to see it. But not every Star Trek show is getting the type of love that you'd like to see. Yeah, some of them are better than others, let's be real. They really are, dude. You know, you hit enough spaghetti against the wall, you're gonna stick something eventually. But a lot of it is gonna frankly fall off. Yeah, it will, man. But this one, people have been raving about. They have loved the animation, they've loved the stories and the characters, and they think it's unique and interesting and really brings a different spin to the Star Trek vibe, which I definitely appreciate. Oh, indeed I do, man. And it's just kind of cool to see Star Trek in animated form, man. In fact, years ago, I used to have the DVD set of Star Trek, the original series, animated. Yes, the animated series, man. Well, technically, it's supposed to be season 4, all things considered. But yes, it is the animated series of the original Trek. And as crude as the animation is, very simple, it was cool to hear the voices of the original crew in animated form and all the quirky adventures, and it was just fun, man. And I always thought that Star Trek was really a great property to do animated adventures with. It just always was. Just the vibrant characters and being in outer space and the endless possibilities. I mean, it was perfect for that medium. But they never really did a lot with it, unfortunately. It was always live action. And don't get me wrong, the live action stuff is amazing. But boy, man, you could really go wild with some crazy opportunities doing animated adventures. And I'm glad that they're really finally taking advantage of that. I seriously am. And I've heard nothing but amazing things, man. People say that not only is it great for kids, but it's great for adults as well who have loved Trek for as long as they have and have really embraced it. It's great for longtime fans and new beginners as well. And let's be real for a second. It's far easier getting kids into Star Wars than it is Star Trek. And that's not a knock against Trek. It's just the reality of the situation, man. Star Wars is very much more kid-friendly, dare I say, than Star Trek ever is. Maybe used to be back in the day with the original series, but that's many, many generations ago, baby. Okay? And it's shows like this that really give a younger generation, a younger audience, a chance to get into Trek and the Adventures without going down the darker paths of the Borg and all the other crazy Star Trek adventures and wars and philosophies and everything like that, man. They could get into that in their later years, but when they're kids, you need to give them something worthy of not only keeping their attention, yes, but characters that are vibrant and adventures that really pique their imagination. Star Trek has always been one of the best series to really be imaginative and creative and
really get your mind going. And in animated form, it's just the perfect opportunity to bring new fans aboard and give them plenty of opportunities to stick around, man. So I'm glad this is a success. I'm glad that people really love it. The animation looks cool. Oh shit. Is that Janeway? What? Dude, Janeway's in this? Whoa. Oh my god, man. That's fucking awesome. Holy shit, dude. Wow, I definitely got to get into this, man. I love Trek. I'm an old school Trek fan. And I've been very hesitant on getting into new school Trek because I've heard a lot of mixed results. It's been a mixed bag. But, you know, with Strange New Worlds and with this, maybe it's time for an old school Trek fan to finally get into new school Trek yet again. Because I've been burned a bit. Some of those J.J. Abrams films ain't exactly the hottest, okay? So I stayed away. I didn't want to get back into it and be disappointed. But if it's as good as what I'm hearing Star Trek Prodigy to be, then I think this Star Trek fan might have to get back into the franchise in a big bad way. Oh, indeed I might be, man. Not bad. Let me know what you think of Star Trek Prodigy. And do you think that Star Trek should dive into more animated love? I mean, it seems like a match made in heaven, but they're just starting to figure it out now, of all times. Well, better late than never. Better late than never indeed. Not bad, baby. Not bad at all for the Star Trek love and all of the physical media goodness in between. Not as plentiful as I'd like, but still not too bad. I'll definitely take it. Let's head out. Good old Target comes through yet again. The first of the year, I think the report card isn't half bad. Well, it's only one time so far. We still got a long way to go. Oh, we do indeed. They had an okay amount. Not nearly as much as Walmart had, which, come on, that was a real good goddamn treat, wasn't it? Oh, it truly, honestly was, man. And I'm kind of surprised because they didn't even have the menu. And I was even talking to the electronics manager. I was like, hey, why don't you have this? And he's like, when did it come out? And I'm like, actually, it came out this week. And he was like, yeah, it's kind of weird that we don't have it. And I'm like, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. But menu aside and a couple other things, they still had a decent amount, even a little bit of exclusive love. So, you know, can I really complain? I guess I could, but I'd rather not. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I always do. Had a good old Target. But how about more physical media love? How about we go and see what we got?
All right, everybody. We are at our third location, the second Walmart. I'm going to go in and check out if there's any interesting indie titles we're showing off. If there is, I'll bring it back to Film Fan 108 Central and show it off to each and every one of you. But before I do that, I got to talk about a trailer with you guys and new year, as I said, new possibilities. However, sometimes old favorites tend to pop up one last time to appreciate them before they head off into the sunset. Well, you've had a good run, Indy. One more ain't half bad. Oh, and Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Yes. Oh, man, coming this year. Oh, baby. So, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I am a big Indiana Jones fan. I love the trilogy, man. Love it. I think they're great films, and I love Indiana Jones' personality, and the charm, and the adventure, and the danger. Oh, it's so good, man. And I could have just settled for the trilogy. Ending it at The Last Crusade was a perfect way to end it all off. I didn't need any more, right? And then, well, we can't leave anything alone, dude. As far as franchises are concerned, we can never leave that shit alone, dude. We always got to bring it back somehow, some way, because, well, if we can squeeze more dollars out of somebody's fucking pocket, then we're gonna do it. And thus, we have Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, or as I like to call it, Kingdom of the Crystal Crapper. Oh, God. That movie is terrible, okay? Nuke the fridge, Shia LaBeouf, CGI monkeys swinging on vines. Oh, my God. Don't get me started with the whole Cate Blanchett and the bad wig. I love you, Kate, but well, not everything can be winners. Oh, Lord. Yeah, it's not a good movie, folks. Not even close. And it kind of, even a smidgen sort of tarnished the brand. Just a little bit, man. And I thought, okay, after that movie, we clearly know that, okay, you know, Steven Spielberg can't make a great indie film anymore. Obviously, Harrison Ford is past the prime. Let's just end it before it gets any worse, right? And I think for a while we were kind of there, man. Until recently when there's a trailer for this new Indiana Jones adventure. And I'm like, oh, okay. A part of me was really apprehensive because I'm like, seriously? We're really doing another Indiana Jones movie? We're really gonna put Harrison Ford through the ringer one last time, man? Eesh, okay. Surprised he hasn't broke a hip yet, but, well, I guess, you know, his bones are really fucking brittle, man. they're like steel at this point. You just can't break them, man. And so I'm like, okay, fine. But then I started to really watch the trailer, and I watched it a few times. And I gotta admit, even though I'm not super excited, there is a little part of me deep down in my cold, dead heart that kind of has me a wee bit curious. I mean, seriously, dude, because I want Indiana Jones to go out in a blaze of glory. I really do. And I want there to be some redeeming quality from Crystal Skull. I seriously do, man. And seeing this trailer sort of gives me old school vibes, man. Whether it's the music or Harrison Ford putting on the hat and the clothes and the whip again. I mean, there's something about it that's just, it's instantly iconic, dude. You can't deny that. It really is. And it just looks like a raucous adventure. You got a lot of really great people here. Phoebe Waller-Bridge, Antonio Banderas, Mads Mikkelsen, some returning people as well in the cast. And it just feels like they're going back to the old school serial adventures. They're not doing the whole like alien shit from the last movie. And I think there's a little part of me that kind of feels a tad bit hopeful, man. And it is weird, though, because Steven Spielberg's not coming back. He's not directing this movie, man. It's James Mangold. But at the same time, I'm really excited about that because I love James Mangold. I mean, whether it's Ford versus Ferrari or Logan, 3:10 to Yuma, I can go on and on. He's such an amazing director, and I love his style, and I love how he does action and story and deals with characters. And so there's a part of me that's like, okay, if this is the last one, and most likely it is, I would have liked to have seen Steven Spielberg come back. Yet at the same time, look, if Steven Spielberg's heart isn't in it, if he's not interested in it, you know, if he can't do it as well as he used to, then don't bring him back for this. And I think James Mangold is a really great choice for it. It really feels like he's going back old school and really honoring the franchise as a whole. At least the trailer really proves that to me. I don't know, man. I'm interested. I really am. It looks great. The action looks stellar. I'm a little bit iffy on Harrison Ford still doing it as Indiana Jones simply because, man, the guy is really freaking old. I mean, you know, when you're an adventurer, at a certain point, you're like, dude, I'm retiring, man. I'm out, bro. And I kind of feel like Indiana would already be at that phase of his life, but sure, one more romp, why not, man? And I'm hopefully at least somewhat promised that maybe they can pull off the action with him in it, at least make it somewhat convincing and yet fantastical at the same time. Hopefully some really great, vibrant characters. I don't know whether this is technically the end or if this is maybe a way to backdoor new sequels with newer characters. I'm not sure how they're going to go about it yet. I'm not sure how they're actually going to approach the material, but I would like for this to be the final swan song, the end of the Indiana Jones world. You know, I'm such a huge fan of it, whether it's the movies or the Young Indiana Jones series, which I really loved when I was a kid. And you know, to get at least one more adventure, redeeming that character and making a really great, solid swan song and send-off, I think is the right way to do it. You don't want to leave with a sour taste in your mouth from Crystal Skull. You want to leave really feeling that this character has been honored in cinema in a great way, and that one last tale will be worthy of the true Indiana Jones title. You really do hope so. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, and not sure about that title necessarily. Kind of cheesy, but I understand it with the old school serial adventures, and it makes sense. Will it work ultimately? Will this be one last great Indiana Jones adventure, or will it end up, being a double feature with Crystal Skull that no one ever really wants to see or hear from ever again? Oh God, let's hope not, guys. I'm hoping for the best if my man James Mangold can pull it through, and I think he can. What do you guys think? Are you excited? Are you nervous? Are you apprehensive? Are you happy that there's at least one more go at it? Let me know what you guys think. In the meantime, well, hopefully there is some goodies at the beginning of the year for a little bit of Walmart weirdness, but how about we go in and check it all out?
All right, everybody, in at the good old second Walmart, and hey, physical media love is definitely showing up in all the right places. Oh, you bet your ass it is, man. The first of the 2023 Out and About love is proving to be quite plentiful, but, yes, we can say the stores have some good stuff so far, but it can't really be a true success without a little bit of indie oddities, a little bit of indie weirdness. So do we have it? Will we succeed in our indie weirdness, bizarro love, and show that 2023 has real promise? Or will it fail epically with nothing to show off and disappoint me endlessly? Well, this time around, the beginning of 2023, it's pretty damn sweet. Oh yes, we have all of the weirdness, we have all of the bizarro, the oddity, the ridiculousness. Oh, and it'll be so sweet indeed. So you know what that means. We are heading back to Film Fan 108 HQ, where you, Seth, yes, you get to show up all the physical media oddities. Oh, let's get down to business. Who are you supposed to be exactly? Oh, wait a minute. Let me guess. Gordon Ramsay reject? Ooh, sharpening the knives, huh? Okay, well in that case, I'd say an Iron Chef wannabe. Sounds about right, huh?
No, not exactly. In fact, I think you'll like this one. I'm making a meal specifically for you.
For me? You're making a meal specifically for moi? It's about damn time.
So why wait any longer? Would you like to see what I've prepared?
Oh, this will be good. Ooh, come on, give it to me.
You asked for it, with the first course of the evening being none other than a few specialities from your movie collection.
What are you doing? Those are my movies. Is this a joke? Oh, okay, I get it. Trying to mess with me, I get it. Okay, you freaked me out enough. Just put the shit down. Like, now.
You don't seem to understand, do you? In order to make the right meal, you have to chop the proper ingredients. You just don't get it, do you? You just can't get through your little pea-brain. But maybe this will. Now we're chopping the proper ingredients.
Oh my god! That's my movies! What the hell are you doing?
Now that I have your undivided attention, maybe now you'd like to see the next ingredient.
No, I do not want to see the next ingredient. Whatever it is, put it down. Immediately.
Oh,
Are we listening now? Good. 'Cause listen here, damn it. In 2023, you're gonna show me a little goddamn respect.
What?
Come on, say it.
Okay. You have my respect. Okay, you do, I swear to God.
And you won't fuck with me neither, will ya? Promise.
Do I have to promise that?
You better start promising, damn it, or I'm gonna start slicing and dicing again, and who knows where I'll stop.
Okay, I promise, I swear, okay?
Damn right you will. 'Cause if you don't, you're gonna end up just like your friends will.
I've got nothing else to live for. Except the Walmart weirdness.
Oh, I will get you. Oh, I promise I will. Oh, Vinegar will be mine. Oh, trust me, it will. If I have to go to the ends of the earth, to the depths of my soul, I will get after you. But in the meantime, I suppose if I'm gonna do anything, I have to settle for the Walmart weirdness, and I have to have you show it off of all people. I guess that'll do for now, until I get my revenge. I have to go through my mourning period, which is gonna be a long time. But when I do, I'm gonna go Chef Ramsay on your ass like a motherfucker. Bet your ass on that one, man. Oh, God. Just don't hurt any more of my movies. You can kill the friends all you want, I suppose. I can always get new ones, but just don't hurt the physical nature, will ya? Oh, God. Fine. You win this time, you bastard. Show off the indie weirdness and the bizarro. But trust me, I'll be back.
Wait a minute. You said what again? Oh, don't mess with the movies? Yeah. About that? Yeah, exactly. I've got you by the balls, buddy. I got your movie collection hostage, and I've ended up taking out your friends. Bye-bye, Seth. You ain't gonna do shit, motherfucker. Oh, in 2023, the tables are gonna be turned in a big bad way. I'll serve you a meal you ain't never gonna forget, motherfucker. That's for damn sure. All you've got is the indie love, and I'm gonna control it, baby. You bet your ass I will. The indie weirdness, the bizarro, the oddities. Oh, that's all you're gonna live for from now on. And I'm gonna control every single second of it. And that's a meal that you're definitely gonna have to be served. And you better goddamn love it.
Bon appetit, as we're serving up some Walmart weirdness. Oh, indeed we are, baby. I mean, come on. It's not the most expensive meal on the menu, but it's still pretty damn tasty. Oh, you bet your ass it is. Let's dive in, shall we, with a little bit of family drama. You know, look, relatives are a pain in the ass, but when you can get a little bit of money out of them, yeah, you'll put up with them as long as you get something out of the deal. Oh, you do in the estate, yes. So where there's a will, there's a war. Oh, you bet your ass it is, baby. Look at this. Toni Collette, Anna Faris, David Duchovny, Ron Livingston, Kathleen Turner. Woo! Man, that is a cast, baby. Neither one family worse than yours. Oh, well, it's nice to know that somebody's gonna one-up me on something. I bet your ass it is. Oh, man, I got a chance to watch this on Hulu. Yeah, I did, actually. Usually I say Amazon Prime, but, well, it was free on Hulu. My girlfriend has a subscription, so, every now and again I take advantage. I do indeed, and this is definitely the case with this one, man. Now, basically, it's about these two sisters, played by Toni Collette and Anna Faris. They're hard up for money. The restaurant owes so much in back taxes, you name it. And basically, there's just no way out of this. They can't get a loan, and
they're just hard up for money, right? Well, lo and behold, they have an aunt that is on her deathbed, close to, kicking the bucket, and perhaps they could get some money out of it. The only problem is that, well, they don't really like her, and she doesn't really like them, and there's other cousins that might actually take the money before them, and so, wow, okay, well, let's take a trip to the aunt's estate, spend time with her, pretend like we actually care, and maybe we might get some money out of it. Well, as long as we get on our good side before she croaks. And all the so-called hilarious complications that go from there. I say so-called because, quite honestly, this movie tries. It tries pretty hard, man. It's like throwing spaghetti at the wall, and quite honestly, it doesn't really always stick. Very seldom does it actually stick, man. I mean, I like the idea of relatives fighting it out for somebody's money. There have been a few movies like that. I mean, some better than others. I mean, like I really always talk about one that I really dig, and that is Throw Mama from the Train. Oh man, Billy Crystal, Danny DeVito. I love the shit out of that movie, man. That is so fucking hilarious, man. Old school comedy that's still, man, is really freaking hilarious. Another one that I really like is Greedy from 1994 with Kirk Douglas, Michael J. Fox, Ed Begley Jr. Oh my god, man. It's got a cast. Phil Hartman is in there, dude. So many great actors in that piece. Basically, it was about this uncle who is a millionaire and the family is wanting to get some of his riches, have him put it in the will before he dies, but he knows what they're up to, right? So they bring in the favorite in the family, played by Michael J. Fox, to kind of sweet talk him a little bit, to give him the money, and thus he'll give them the money, and then they can split it and all that jazz. However, ooh, the caretaker might have something to say about it. Ah, yeah, that's a great movie, man. Kind of got lost to time. Nobody really talks about Greedy, man, but they should. It's so good, man. It's really funny. I actually still really enjoy it. And The Estate kind of takes a lot from that movie more than anything else. And you can do greedy family members going at an older relative for money. Movies like Greedy prove it. But oh, by the way, it has to be funny in order for it to kind of work. And that's where The Estate fails in a very ugly way. I mean, there's really only one part that I busted out laughing. I mean, gut punch laughed. And I guess I got to give it credit for that. Basically, it involves a sex offender and them whipping his penis out. Yeah. It sounds bizarre, but fuck it, I laughed. It's weird, but shit, man, it was something I actually laughed at in this movie. I can't say there was many things, but the sex offender and his penis joke, sure, why not? Fucking hell, man. Jeez, I'll take anything in this bitch. But even though there wasn't many laughs, I got to admit, I did like some of the actors here. I liked Anna Faris. I liked how she was being sarcastic and bitchy, but in a funny way. I like Toni Collette's more like, I don't know if this is right. Should we be doing this? Her sort of manic sort of way about her. I liked that, man. I thought Kathleen Turner was great as this grumpy old bitch of an aunt, man. She is so great. I mean, I love her back in the day, whether it's V.I. Warshawski or Romancing the Stone, but I gotta admit, one of my favorite Kathleen Turner performances, no doubt about it. I mean, come on. It is a no-brainer, ladies and gentlemen, and that is none other than Serial Mom. Oh my god, do I love this movie. It is so good. Playing this sweet mom, but with a very devious edge to her. I love it.
and you will never hear the word Pussy Willows the same ever again. Oh, it's so good, man. She's so great in that.
She has a great little sense of humor about her, and this is no exception, man. She's just really great, taking the piss out of everybody and just being really mean-spirited. I love it, dude. I think she's great in this. However, even though some of them do well, David Duchovny, dude, man, I like Duchovny, don't get me wrong, dude. X-Files, Mulder, he's great. In this movie, it kind of feels like he doesn't really give a shit. I mean, he's trying to be sort of sarcastic and dim-witted, but yet like this idiot savant without the savant part. And it comes off like he's kind of like milquetoast. Like he kind of is like just bored. And I'm like, damn, dude. Like everyone else is kind of giving it their all. Even though this is like a straight to DVD flick, it's nothing really special. Like Anna Faris is giving it her all. Toni Collette is. Hell, I really think that Ron Livingston isn't doing half bad in this movie, and he's barely got a role. It's like a few minutes here and a few minutes there. I mean, he's still really great with the material that he's given. But Duchovny, man, just feels like he like stepped on the set and took like sleeping pills and was like, yeah, what's my lines? Oh yeah, I want to sleep with my cousins. Okay. Am I still on the set of Californication? Oh, it got canceled? Oh, fuck. Jeez, dude. My God, man, I could do a better job acting than this son of a bitch. Oh, hell, dude. But outside of some of the lackluster performance of David Duchovny, I have to give the movie credit because they're really trying to make this work. The unfortunate thing is that it's not very funny. It doesn't really work. It's not as slapstick as it really needs to be. It's not as over the top as it needs to be. That's something that I really love about Throw Mama from the Train or Greedy, is that they really go for the outrageous shit, man. The Estate doesn't really go there. They kind of are trying to, especially towards the end with the whole sex offender sticking his dick out thing. And I was like, okay, at least they're starting to go for the absurd, but that's towards the end of the movie, man. That's the last, like, 20 minutes of the flick. And at that point, I'm like, geez, a little too late, aren't we? Yeah, something like that, man. It's not bad, all things considered. Is it great? No. Is it passable? Sure. Watch it during a rainy day when there's nothing else to watch? Maybe, but if you can't watch anything more interesting than The Estate, you got some problems, man. If your family is anything like this, where they're fighting over money and a bitchy aunt that is ready to croak any minute, probably should croak, maybe watch it. But if that's the case, I think your family is probably more interesting than this one will ever be.
The deadliest game could be the friendship game. Yeah. Oh, don't tell me it's so. Friends could be your undoing. Jeez, if you've lived long enough, you know that little chestnut already. Oh, win together or die alone. Oh, the friendship game. Ah, yes. If your friendship don't survive, neither do you. Ooh, tell me more. Well, speaking of telling you more, I happen to have watched it on Amazon Prime, and truth be told, I really knew nothing about it. The cover intrigued me, but let's be real, as we all know, covers can lie like a motherfucker. So I'm like, okay, look, I'm gonna take it at face value, but I like the weird looking ball, the blood. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give it a chance. Now, basically, it's about these four friends, and they seem like rock solid friends, man, the best of friends. And the two of them are at this flea market, just looking at stuff that this woman has, and they come across this weird looking sphere. Kind of looks cool, quirky, and the woman sort of says, oh, it's a friendship game. It tests your friendship. If your friendship doesn't survive, then neither do you. It's a survival game. And the girls are like, oh, that looks kind of fun. Let's get it. $10. Okay. But yeah, didn't come with a box, didn't come with instructions, just came with a creepy woman saying what it actually is about. I don't care how much money it is. I'd put this shit down. But then again, I'm not a, idiotic teenager either, so there is that. Oh man. So they take it home, they start playing the game, and they talk about their deepest, darkest desires and the secrets that are just buried beneath, and how their friendships will be tested because of it. And we go through each one of these characters, these friends, their stories, their desires, their secrets, and will it ultimately crush the friendship? Or will the friendship ultimately survive the terrifying tales of desire and desperation and death? Yes. Oh, well, spoiler alert. That's if you even give a shit. Ah, damn. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest here, man. I didn't really like the movie. There were aspects to it that I kind of enjoyed. The idea of this sphere showing you your deepest, darkest inner desires and your fears and your secrets just laid bare for you, showing you the past, present, and future all together and the various scenarios of it, and showing you all of the turmoil and the complications and the horror that goes along with that. That's really unique and very fascinating. They just didn't really dive into it enough. And when you realize the ultimate secret that all of these friends have and what tears them apart is the idea that their male friend is basically hooking up with a couple of the chicks within the friend group, and one gets jealous and runs away and offs themselves, and suddenly all of the terror that goes along with that. And I'm like, simply because he slept with a couple of chicks? That's it? A friend with benefits situation? He whipped his dick out, they accepted, and the terror of that? Okay. Sure. There's something called a condom, contraception, Planned Parenthood. Just saying, man, there's a hell of a lot more horrors out there than just the chick that you wanted to sleep with, seeing the other two chicks that you're sleeping with. I don't know, maybe she could have just joined in. I'm just saying, I mean, alternate reality, there is a scenario where that could have happened. Then again, I think they call that a porno, folks. Certainly not a horror film, that's for damn sure. Ay, man. I think the problem is just the stupid teenager melodrama that's in this fucking movie, man. I think that's the ultimate problem that I have with this stuff, because it's just, oh my god, he slept with me. Oh my god, he slept with me too. She saw us sleeping together and she left. Oh my god, he's such an asshole. And it's like, Jesus, my god, man. If this is what it takes to be a horror film nowadays, man, I'm tapping the fuck out. I seriously am, dude. Son of a bitch, dude. I mean, there's also just random shit in here that doesn't make sense. Creepy kids that come straight out of a Donnie Darko movie. Why are they here? I have no fucking clue, man. And yeah, it's nice to see the potential futures and the terror of that, and how these people sort of turn on one another because of their deepest, darkest secrets. Yeah, that's all fine and dandy, but it's just not done well enough, dude. I mean, the sphere is kind of cool, and when it's really going and, circling around and starting to turn and manipulating the situations, it's really kind of interesting. But it was done better when it was a cube, and when the terror didn't come from, idiotic teenagers, but it came from the Cenobites. Ah, yes, it came from the Cenobites indeed. Oh, you definitely know what I'm talking about, baby. When we're talking about Hellraiser, we will tear your soul apart. Hell, I'll take all the torture and pain you can give me, Pinhead, because it'd be a hell of a lot better than the shit I just watched. Oh, man. Dude, Hellraiser is great. And I like the idea of the cube, and I like opening it up, and these weird creatures or angels or demons or whatever the fuck you want to call them, man. Well, no matter what you call them, you got to admit, man, they have one hell of a leather fetish. And they really are showing you even more of your deepest, darkest secrets and your desires, and the fact that your pain is their pleasure. And I really love just the curiosity of opening it up and the terror that awaits you, man. It's so good, man. Hellraiser is great. Hellraiser 2 is great. Hellraiser 3 has its moments, I ain't gonna lie, but the rest of the franchise is shit. My God, man, went down the shitter fast. But Hellraiser is one of the best of them all, man. And I just now kind of wish that the friendship game had something like Pinhead. It would have made a hell of a lot more interesting. At least I would have enjoyed somewhat of the leather fetish part. My God, man, something to keep me more interested than just idiotic teenage drama just for the sake of teenage drama. Wow, you're getting laid, and that's the ultimate scary terror that happens to tear you all apart? Shit. Man, I wish I had your fucking problems. Jeez, I really wish I did indeed, man. Ah, hell. And the other problem of it is that it's just so slow and just slogs through, man. This movie is less than an hour and a half, and it felt like I was watching this movie for 2 fucking hours. I mean, literally, man, I paused it at one point, and I'm like, oh my God, man, I still have a half hour left? Shit, I thought it was almost over. My God, man, that's the true torture. It's not the sphere that's the problem, it's the fucking movie. Yo, I mean, the acting is alright for what it is. Some of the blood and gore is kind of cool towards the end with the stabbings, but been there, done that, and it's been done better. Hellraiser proves it, man. It's like a new Hellraiser for a new generation, just more shitty. And if that's the case, shit, just watch the original Hellraiser. You'll save a lot of time, effort, and get a hell of a lot more entertainment value. I'm just saying, man. Shit. It's got good moments from time to time, but the ultimate melodrama kind of brings it down, and the characters just bitching and complaining and going back to the same event over and over and over again, seeing it from different perspectives, and the predictability of it. You're like, okay, I kind of see that coming a mile away. Jeez. Did it really need to take you an hour and a half to get there? I guess it did, but shit, not only did you waste my time, but you wasted your fucking time as well. Fuck, dude. Oh, man. Teenage horror drama. Sometimes it's really good. Sometimes. And then when you get the friendship game, you realize that sometimes it's very rare. Most of the time, you get this. And no wonder I like the old shit. Because the new shit, yeah, just don't cut it. Never underestimate the quiet ones in Piggy. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that, baby. Very nice. Something tells me she ain't fooling around. Oh, you bet your ass she's not, baby. Woo! Damn right on that one, man. I got a chance to watch this on Hulu. Yes, I took advantage of my girlfriend's subscription yet again. Hey, I'm just that type of boyfriend. Oh, you bet your ass I am, baby. When in Rome. And so I had kind of heard some interesting things about this movie, dude. I mean, there were people that are literally quoting this like an instant horror classic. And I'm like, okay. When I kind of hear that, I both get hyped and at the same time I get very apprehensive because I'm like, I don't know about this, man. You're telling me all the right things, but then again, you're setting me up for disappointment because if I don't like it, I'm going to be like, dude, you're overselling the thing a bit, aren't you? And so I was kind of half and half. And I also realized that this is a Spanish horror film, so there is subtitles to it. So I was like, okay, I'm cool with that. Subtitles, Spanish horror,
slasher. Okay, I'm gonna give this a go, man. And basically, this movie is about Sarah. She's this overweight girl who really doesn't have much friends, or really any friends at that. And the girls that she kind of admires really hate her. They pick on her. They basically are torturing her life. Her family is not exactly the most loving and or understanding, and she's sort of just compensating all of this by just eating and eating and eating and overindulging and just feeling sorry for herself and a sad sack, you name it. And one day she ends up getting picked on by these girls in a big bad way, man. And man, dude, there were moments when I'm watching this and I'm like, man, these chicks really need to fucking get it. Like, I'm like, dude, I'm fucking pissed. And lo and behold, what ends up happening, she's so embarrassed, Sarah is. She's running around and just crying and traumatized and sad. And she sees this guy end up taking these popular girls that have picked on her, putting them in his van and carrying them away. And she's like, oh my God. Like, there's this weird murderer, killer that's grabbed these bunch of girls. She sees it and she doesn't say anything. Like, the car just goes off. And they're like, help! Help, Sarah! Help us! Oh my God! And like, they're bloody and shit. And she's just kind of so traumatized. But she's also kind of happy at the same time. She's like, okay, they kind of deserve it. And so she doesn't really know what to do. The whole film, like, everybody is looking for these girls. The killer is on the loose. And she knows something. She was by the pool area when all this was going on. She saw them getting taken, and yet she's done nothing about it. And the complications of her and her conscience trying to figure out what's the right thing and the wrong thing to do, and everybody accusing everybody all around, including her, and the complications that she has with the killer, and all of the bloody hijinks that go from there. And I gotta admit, I did enjoy the film. I don't know if I loved it, but I did like it for what it was worth, man, because to me, the idea of being complicated about these people that are bitchy to you and you hate them, but yet you don't want to see them die is kind of an interesting dichotomy, especially for this chick. But I'm not gonna lie, dude. If I was her, man, those bitchy teens can just fucking bite it. Dude, they can fucking die, man. Now I know what you're thinking. God, Seth, man, you're a heartless motherfucker. But you gotta understand something, man. I was picked on from second grade all the way through college. I'm not even gonna fucking lie to you, man. And it didn't matter what it was. Whether it was my height, it was the way I looked, the fact that I wore glasses, or I was Jewish, acne, you name it, dude. People that I hung out with, every excuse in the book, people would pick on me, man. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, there was times when I thought to myself, God, man, would I just want to see this person fucking died? Dude, I really just want to see them just get it in the biggest, baddest way, dude. And I think that's one of the reasons why I love horror movies as much as I do, is seeing teens getting killed in brutal ways, man. And there's always been bitchy teenagers in horror movies that have been brutally killed and murdered. And there's something satisfying about it, man. There really is. Something that I've always really loved about it, and just the deviousness of it. I do dig it, man. I mean, I love that type of shit. It's so good, man. I mean, whether we're talking about a movie like Cutting Class. Oh, with Brad Pitt, man. This is so good. Oh, this is so fun, man. I love Jill Schoen here. It's really great. I love the killer and the deaths are genius, man. Love that shit. Some really bitchy teenagers getting it in the end, and you gotta dig that, man. I love that. Of course, I gotta give a lot of love to none other than April Fool's Day, baby, which is so awesome, man.
a very twisted little horror flick that I definitely dig, man. That's a really good one. Of course, I gotta show the love to none other than, come on, if I didn't, man, I'd be wrong, boy. If I ain't talking about Sleepaway Camp, yes. Summer camp is a nightmare when you're dealing with Angela. Just watch out for her member in more ways than one. Oh, baby, dude, so good. I love that one. Other ones that I really dig that I love so much, whether it's House on Sorority Row, Prom Night, which is amazing. I love that one so much. That's really great. Of course, I got to talk about one that I really, really dig, which is really fantastic. One that I love a lot, which is Sorority House Massacre, which is great. So there's a lot of really great movies where teens really get it in the end, man. Even the Friday the 13th movies, dude, are so great. Just seeing teens that are just stupid and idiotic and bitchy and mean, just, oh, gonna get it in the end, man. So, you know what, dude? I mean, I love those type of flicks. I really do, man. Shit, I have a shitload of them. Dude, it's a genre I love, man. Horror is great in many ways. And seeing the evil, bitchy, mean people getting killed is part of the fun of it. And so, yeah, it can be complicated for her, but for me, dude, it ain't no complication. Just let the motherfuckers die. Alright? Ain't no one gonna miss these some bitches, okay? Seriously. If they weren't contributing anything to society already, they certainly ain't doing it in the future, okay? Just saying, man. But she's nervous. She's erratic. And I don't know if she could really keep the secret for very much longer. And at the same time, the killer kind of feels sorry for her. He's kind of following her around. It's almost like he's kind of in love with her and kind of has a kinship with her. And that's kind of an interesting dichotomy to it as well, which I really like, man. And I like this girl's journey, man, of this meek, sad little chick to being somebody that is much more ferocious and take charge, and I really like that, man. And I like a lot of things with this movie, but I will admit it is a little long in the tooth, man. The movie is about an hour and 45-ish, and it drags, dude. Like, I thought I was watching this movie for 3 goddamn hours. I mean, it is long, man, and it is a slog to get through, and it kind of loses its interest after a while. You're kind of intrigued early on, and then the middle part of the movie just kind of drags. With her, maybe I should tell, maybe I shouldn't, maybe I should find the killer, maybe I shouldn't. People are accusing me, and they're accusing the girl's boyfriend, but it's not really him. It's not me either. I don't know where the killer is. I'm trying to track the killer, and all the crazy, hilarious complications that go with that, with the family, and trying to hide her true intentions, and the hilarity with the mother, and all of the weird fat jokes and shit. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I think we're kind of just spinning our wheels here for a while. And that's the ultimate problem with the movie. It's not a bad little flick. I really like the ending with the killer and confronting him and dealing with the girls and her torture that she's been dealt with and how she fights back. Like, I love all that stuff, man. I just kind of felt like it took a long time to get there, and I kind of wish we would have gotten there sooner. I like the chick that plays Sarah. I think she's very sympathetic and nice, and you really feel for her situation, and I think everyone does a really great job conveying the horror and the terror of this town having to deal with this killer and pointing the fingers at everybody. Like, I like that, but there's certain characters that unfortunately kind of feel like add-ons for the sake of add-ons. They don't really add anything to the plot or the story. They're just there for the sake of being there for a little bit of quirkiness, which doesn't really work. And again, all of the hijinks in the middle, trying to figure out what you're going to do with the information that you have and who to tell and how to tell it and trying to find the killer, it just kind of gets messy and overcomplicated and doesn't really work that well. It's got moments where it's really good, but it doesn't entirely work either. Horror classic?
Not sure I would say that necessarily, but as far as seeing bitchy teenagers getting their comeuppance, it ain't half bad either. There's better ones out there. Lord knows I've just shown you a few of them. But this has its moments as well, man. I like it. I think it's good. It has moments of Texas Chainsaw in there, moments of other really great horror classics, but it doesn't quite live up to the expectation either. Good, not great, but among the bunch, yeah, it's definitely the winner. That's for damn sure, man. I don't know if that's saying much, but shit, I think it'll take, man. I mean, you gotta at least give the Walmart weirdness some credit. It's a meal that, if the price is right, it's definitely worth having. I don't know if you'll always want to eat it. I don't know if it's always satisfying, but it's a dish that's best served weird. Family that's being greedy, wanting all the money from a fellow relative. Yeah, not like you don't hear about those stories every frickin' day. Oh, a game that tests the loyalty of friends. Well, if I was in that game, I'd probably lose. I mean, considering that, well, I kinda packed up all my friends. Yeah, kinda tough to play the game when you have none. I'll get right on that. Oh, and should I save the people that bullied and tormented me in school? Let me think about that for a second. Yeah, no. I don't want to be mean, but sometimes karma gets your ass. Oh, indeed it does. And it definitely does it with the Walmart weirdness. Oh, yeah, baby. All kinds of unique situations definitely worth exploring in its ridiculous and oddity forms. You bet your ass it does, baby. Not bad indeed for the physical media weirdness. That is for sure, man. Oh, it's always good to explore the physical media oddities, the physical media bizarro, and when you do it with a little bit of panache, even sweeter. Oh, well, I don't know what I'm gonna slice and dice next. I mean, Lord knows I've got my pick of the litter, but whatever meal I'm gonna come up with, you best believe it's gonna be pretty damn sweet. But I guess you guys will have to wait until I unveil my latest recipe. But go enjoy more physical media ahead, have fun, and just wait until I show off the next extraordinary delight. Oh, let's just put it this way. It'll be one hell of a killer dish. Alright, everybody, we are at our fourth and final location. And physical media has been pretty solid this week. But when it comes to a brand new year, you have to explore all the places, all the nooks and crannies out there, even a bookstore for all the physical media goodness. Hey, it's 2023, folks. You get it wherever you can find it. You know that to be true, baby, and we are none other than, oh yeah, Barnes and Noble's, good old BN, back yet again for the first of the year festivities. How will it be? Will we find a lot? Will we find not so much? Will Barnes & Noble's kick off the new year in a spectacular way? Not quite sure. Could go either way. How about we go in and check it all out? All right, everybody. We are in a good old B&N, and the new release love is definitely showing us love it definitely has in store. Oh, indeed it does. Let's dive in, shall we, with a little bit of dramatic racial storytelling in Till, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $35. Okay. Hey, it's Barnes & Noble's. Not exactly getting a bargain no more, folks. All right. And I wanted to just say this very plain and simple, because some people are not going to like what I'm about to say, but I kind of feel the need to have to say it. And there's a certain responsibility I feel that why not? You know, I don't always get really political on this channel. I don't really feel the need to do that at times, but this is one of those moments where why not go ahead and say it? And the truth is that, you know, we look back at this movie, 1955, we look back at those events, we look back at all of the struggles that African Americans have dealt with, and the injustices and the hatred. It's just terrible what has happened to them. And in fact, dare I say, what continues to happen to them to this day. Now, we can say, well, look, Seth, that was 1955. Nothing like that would happen nowadays in 2022 or 2023. Get out of here. We've changed. Those are different times now. And my argument to you is, have we? Have we completely changed? Have we completely grown as a society? Because look at George Floyd, man. Look at that dude and what happened to him. And you could say, well, that's an anomaly. That doesn't always happen. But then again, we know that not to be the case and the truth. Look, the world is a fucked up place, okay? And we think we've grown as a society, but I can also argue the fact that we're regressing. And the fact that a lot of the momentum and a lot of the improvements and a lot of the corrections that we've made over the years, we're slowly pulling back on, man. And it's just a damn shame to see that. You know, as somebody who is Jewish, as somebody who has experienced hate for many things, especially being Jewish, even though I have the same color skin as the people who were hating on me, even though, you know, we saw eye to eye on a lot of other things, it doesn't matter because I was Jewish. And no matter what they saw, it was nothing compared to the fact that I'm a Jew. And that was wearing on my skin. The fact of my Jewness, apparently, was just all they could see. And that's terrible. That's absolutely god-awful terrible. And you think that we've changed as a society. You think that, well, we've grown out of those times. But people still get hated on for a certain religion. They still get hated on for the color of their skin, the religion that they practice, you know, who they love. I mean, this is still going on to this day. We're in 2023 now. We need to start getting past this shit. But I don't see that happening. Because once the older generation dies off and those bigots are dead, guess what? There's new bigots that replace them. Well, there was the Nazis, and now there's the neo-Nazis. And it's like, it just never changes. It's just an endless loop of cruelty and hatred. And I just wish at a certain point that we just get over this shit, man. We're all human beings. We all have our struggles and our difficulties. And yes, people may look different than us. I get that. And maybe that scares you. How? Why? I have no idea. But it just fucking does, dude. And it just pisses me off, man. It really fucking gets to me. And, you know, watching Till, I was sad for this mother. I was sad for this woman who has to fight for freedom, even though it shouldn't even be an issue, but it is. And the way that society slowly changes over time. And maybe by the time I'm an old curmudgeon, maybe these things will be past us. And maybe movies like Till will be a long forgotten thing of, hatred and anger and, you know, the racial divide. Maybe that'll be all gone. But I kind of highly doubt it, man. I really honestly do, dude. I highly doubt that'll ever end or be a completely distant memory. But then again, I would also argue to you, maybe it shouldn't be a distant memory because, you know, I see a lot of these statues that are going down in these communities of all of these, you know, bigots and a lot of these racial hatred stuff that has been going on. A lot of these statues of these, you know, apparent people are coming down now. And that is an important thing to do. But at the same time, I would also argue that those statues and monuments are a reminder of our ugly history. And that we have to be reminded of our ugly history in order to not repeat the mistakes of the past. And that's a really hard thing to do because you want to forget it ever happened. But if we forget it, then decades later, we might actually bring it back. And that's a problem as well. So where's the divide? How do you figure out a moment where you can, on one hand, completely get rid of it and not even be a thing, but yet not forget the mistakes and the history of the past and not to repeat them again? It's a tough thing to do, man, and it's not easy, and there is no proper solution at the end of the day. What I will say is this: movies like Till have to remind us of the ugly truths that we are still dealing with today. It's not easy to do it, and sometimes you want to ignore it because you just want to go about your day and, drive in your car and watch, the next TV show that you're going to watch with your family. But maybe the reminders are a way to say, hey, look, it's still out there in the ether. It's still a thing. I mean, the fact that the Emmett Till anti-lynching bill didn't get passed until 2022, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously, this happened in 1955, and in 2022, the anti-lynching bill actually finally became law. How fucking crazy is that, man? That's fucking nuts. I mean, it took that long? Look, history is ugly, and it's sad, and it's frustrating, and it doesn't go far enough at times. But maybe by reminding ourselves of it, maybe we can eventually get rid of it by confronting the ugly truth behind it. No matter if you want to avoid it, no matter if it's right in your face, doesn't matter. It's still here, and maybe one day it'll be a thing of the past, but movies like Till have to be made in order to remind us that the world is a very terrible and ugly and despicable place. And if we don't fix it now, it never will be. It truly won't, guys. That's for damn sure, man. I mean, there is no special features on this thing, which is really weird to me because this is such an amazing story. I would have loved for an audio commentary or to discuss the case or the history behind the Till murder. I would have loved to have seen some special features, but nothing, which is a damn shame, man. It is a great movie, though, and it is definitely worth watching. It's hard to watch. It's tough. It's sad. But it's an important movie because it's part of history. And history is not easy, and history is ugly and downright complicated. But it's movies like Till that remind us that history needs to be remembered. Because if not, history is doomed to repeat itself. And let's hope that never happens. The Blu-ray DVD digital for, wow, $40. Holy shit. They have that for $40. They have... oh my god. The 4K for $50? Jeez. That's just too fucking high. Damn, man. I mean, even if you like the movie, that is fucking ridiculous. $50 fucking dollars. Wow. That is some nutty shit, man. Wow. Who the fuck is paying that, man? I want to see somebody pay $50 for this. Seriously, man, because if that happens, man, you need to see a therapist like a motherfucker, because man, your head needs to be checked. Maybe you got dropped as a kid? I don't know, man. Something must be wrong with your ass. Wow. Yo, dude. That's crazy, man. Woo. Yeesh. I mean, Black Adam really isn't worth it. Hell, even DC doesn't really think so, because they're not bringing The Rock back. And I'm just being real, dude. So, look. Me and John and Van, we were watching this movie, right? And it wasn't getting much of a reaction out of people in the movie theater. It really wasn't. For the most part, I don't know, people were kind of just, lukewarm on the movie. And then the end credits happen. And the post-credit scene comes up where Amanda Waller is talking to Black Adam and talking about how, he needs boundaries and territories, and, Black Adam's getting a little pissed, and she's like, well, we've got ways of stopping you. And who comes out? None other than Henry Cavill himself, Superman. Yes, the man, the myth, the legend. Way better than your ass, B.A. Oh, and he comes out, and he's staring at him. He's mean mugging the motherfucker. And you realize that there's gonna be a battle between these two for superhero dominance. And dude, let me tell you something, man. The crowd in the theater went absolutely ape shit. I'm not even talking like just a little bit crazy. I'm talking a lot of crazy, man. People that were literally right next to us got up, were yelling, they were like, let's go! Yeah, Like, everybody was fucking going wild. They were jacked to see Henry Cavill, Superman, back. Oh, yeah. And The Rock made that happen. However, just because you make it happen doesn't mean that it's actually going to be a reality. Yeah, you know, you gotta go through a little more ropes and hurdles before that can actually be a thing. And, well, as we now know, it definitely won't be, at least not anymore, dude. That's just a fucking shame, dude. Okay, look, this movie comes out. The Rock ends up bringing Superman back, wants a big Black Adam versus Superman movie, right? That would be some epic shit, potentially. But with the changeover in DC and James Gunn, Peter Safran taking over, and all of the complications that are going on with Warner Brothers, with David Zaslav, they're restructuring like a motherfucker. Basically, they are getting rid of everybody, right? I mean, Henry Cavill is now kaput. He's no longer Superman. Pretty much, there's not going to be another Wonder Woman movie. Gal Gadot is most likely out. Obviously, Ezra Miller is certainly not going to survive the whole controversy he's been dealing with, so he's out. I don't really see Jason Momoa staying as Aquaman. I mean, even Shazam might be off the table. There's no really telling where they're going to go or how they're going to go with this, but a total reboot is pretty much going to happen, man. I mean, I talked about it before, but the idea that they're going to keep any of this stuff from the old Snyderverse is just asinine to me. I mean, why would they necessarily? I mean, if you're going to clean the slate, why keep anything that resembles the old regime? Because you're just gumming up the works. You're just complicating the shit even more. And who really needs that? And they've pissed off a lot of fans. They've pissed off a lot of actors, including The Rock. And, I mean, this movie will have no consequence in the hierarchy of the DCEU. It will have no significance whatsoever. It's literally a limp dick turd at this point, okay? It truly is, man. I hate to say it, but that's what it is, man. This movie is never gonna come back. I don't think we're ever gonna see Black Adam again. We're never gonna see the Black Adam versus Superman movie that The Rock was promising us. And even The Rock, man, you know, this guy, he had balls, dude. This guy had motherfucking huevos, because he was trying to be the person who would be in control of the DCEU. He wanted to be the person who would make all the decisions. He wanted to be the overall hierarchy man in charge of every aspect of the DC universe. And dude, that was never gonna happen. That was never gonna be a thing, man. This movie never even made its money back at the box office. You're expecting the hierarchy of Warner Brothers to listen to you? That's just never gonna happen, dude. And so, you know, this movie is sort of the last gasp, the last breath of the former DC universe. And I know that some people are like, well, what about Shazam? What about the next Aquaman, right? I mean, those movies haven't come out yet. So this isn't technically the last gasp. Well, yes and no. Those movies still have yet to come out. I completely agree with you, but those movies were made already. They've been sitting on the shelf for a long time. Black Adam was the one out of all of them that was recently made. And it really is the last time any newer movie within the old regime is ever really going to be made. That's it. And to go out like a whimper is a real fucking shame, dude. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'll always love the Snyderverse for what it is, especially Justice League. That was such an amazing movie, and the fact that Snyder got to make his version, that the fans ended up making that a reality, that's an amazing thing, man. Nothing can ever take that away. But you gotta keep up with Marvel, you gotta keep up with all the trends, and they're gonna reboot this thing whether you like it or not, and there is no room for the old shit anymore. This movie really was the last gasp of air. It was really the last opportunity for the old DCU to say, hey, we still have box office cred, we still have movie cred, keep us around. And when it didn't do that well, and not as many people were excited, that pretty much gave James Gunn and Peter Safran and David Zaslav the go-ahead to be like, okay, it's done, it's over with. We tried to keep it around, we tried to keep it going, but the universe is overcomplicated. There's plot holes like a motherfucker. Nothing makes sense here. We keep on dicking the fans around about maybe Henry Cavill will come back, maybe he won't. The Rock ends up doing this post-credit scene, forcing the studio to do it, and then getting the fans' hopes up, and then ripping that away in a heartbeat. I mean, there's no consistency here. And maybe with it finally being rebooted, maybe we can have that. But until that day happens, we're just going to get messes like Black Adam. It really sucks, but the movie isn't really all that interesting. Black Adam is not really all that unique or charismatic as a character. I mean, at the end of the day, you need to be invested in the characters and the storylines in order for you to give a shit about movies going forward. And Black Adam just doesn't have that. Maybe in the future it could have, but that future we will never see. Maybe in an alternate reality, but good luck getting there. Wherever it is, man. Because it certainly ain't here, man. Ay, dude. It was an interesting attempt for what it was. I give The Rock credit for finally making this thing and getting it made with all the carte blanche that he finally has. But it sunk like a stone. And a bad stone at that, man. The DCU has a lot of cleanup to do. We'll see it in the next few years. But something tells me that Black Adam has no part in that. Something tells me he doesn't indeed, man. You have the history of Black Adam, who is the Justice Society from soul to screen, costumes, make the hero, and more. I mean, some good featurettes, but at the end of the day, if you are putting this in your collection, if you are putting it into the DCEU collection, just know that, well, might be one and done, because the DCEU has been dealt a lot of blows, whether it's WW84 or Joss Whedon's Justice League, or just the whole controversy with Ezra Miller and all of the will he or won't he come back stuff with Henry Cavill and teasing Superman but never really giving us Superman, like at the end of Shazam, and all the post-credit scenes that were supposed to go forward with some really great, storylines and momentum and just never did, like Deathstroke, for instance, and now with Superman here. I mean, so many missed opportunities that at this point it just kind of feels like we're just limping to the finish line here. Look, Black Adam was an interesting experiment. I give them credit for it. And in another universe it might have worked, right? But in this case it really doesn't, man. And it's just a shame because, look, it's not a bad character, and The Rock has personality, but right now we're living in a world where DC is all kinds of a mess, and this wasn't the movie to bring back the glory days. It was a movie to really end everything on a whimper, and maybe that's DC in a nutshell. I guess we'll find out eventually, and Black Adam is part of the problem, not the solution.
Telling the truth can be truly powerful in She Said. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $35. Hey, the truth tends to be expensive.
Oh, it does indeed, man. Now, let's talk Harvey Weinstein for a second. Please, let's do it. Not that I want to, but might as well, okay? Jesus, dude. And I think the main reason why this movie was really passed over or completely forgotten, misfired in a big bad way, is because we live in a society that is so fast-paced with information through social media and different platforms that the Harvey Weinstein thing now kind of feels like old news. And it's so weird to say that because the whole Harvey Weinstein really broke just like, a couple years ago, man, and it already feels old, and it's so weird, but that's the way the news cycle works nowadays. And in order to hit the ground running, you really need to make something and make it fast in order for people to remember it and really stay in the zeitgeist. And this just didn't really do it. People were over it by the time this movie came out. And it's so weird to say that because the trial is still going on. Harvey Weinstein is still on trial. There's still cases going on to this day. And the fact that people are already forgotten it or over it is just fucking nuts to me. And it's insane. And I told you guys that I watched this with my girlfriend, but I never told you what her actual reaction to the movie was. And she just thought it was okay. Now, I was kind of perplexed by that. I thought to myself, wait a minute, you're a feminist, you believe in feminism, you're a very proud woman, you really believe in women speaking out and their voices being heard, and you just thought the movie was okay? That was just very odd and weird to me. And she didn't really feel the movie came together really well. She didn't like the fact that this movie thinks it's more important than it actually is. The fact that this movie changed the world, the events of it with the Harvey Weinstein thing, and how, you know, companies all across America and HR reps and everything, and they're all changing the way they think, and women are having more of a voice in the workplace because of the Harvey Weinstein stuff. She was pissed because she's like, that's not the truth. That's not the case. That's not what happened. And this movie is trying to think that it's way more important and that this thing was far more crucial to the overall woman movement than it actually ever was. And when she said that to me, I was kind of taken back. I was shocked. I was like, wait a minute, wow, really? That's how you think about this? And I guess in a way, I have a different way of thinking. I don't think that it changed everything in a major way the movie thinks it did. But at the same time, I think it definitely is a step forward in the right direction. Baby steps. And look, saying baby steps is tough, right? Because a lot of people want change, and they want change fast and immediately, and that's not the truth. The truth is that change happens very slowly in society, okay? I mean, let's be real. Look at history, okay? I ain't lying, all right? I mean, truly, man. And to a certain extent, you know, you can't expect everything to change immediately. It's just not how things happen anymore, especially with the way social media is now and the way that we digest news and stories. Things are not what they used to be anymore. Things don't stay in the same zeitgeist the way it used to be. And sometimes because of that, change doesn't happen as fast as we might like. It's complicated and it's not easy, and I can't give a right answer necessarily. You know, I don't want to be an apologist for this movie because I don't think this movie needs me to defend it or hate on it one way or another. I think it has a lot to say on its own. But at the end of the day, the Harvey Weinstein thing, I'm glad this guy went down because it's ugly what this dude did, and it's downright despicable and disgusting. And this guy needed to be taken down. There's no doubt about it. But then again, my argument is there's so many other Harvey Weinsteins out there. Look at Kevin Spacey. Dude, fucking Kevin Spacey, man. I mean, that dude's an absolute scumbag, and in some ways, he's slowly but surely making a comeback. Look at the director, Bryan Singer. Now, if you haven't heard about the controversy with Bryan Singer, the director of X-Men and so many other films out there at Pupil, you name it, he's a really great director, but he has this whole scandal stuff with underage kids, you name it. It's a whole thing, dude. Seriously, look it up, man. Even the Corey Feldman stuff. Corey Feldman talking about the whole pedophilia ring and the rape stuff. And he's like, there's people in Hollywood that are still very powerful to this day that is doing some nasty things in society to other human beings. And it's just a thing. Now, how much is truth? How much is fiction? It's hard to say, man. And will the truth eventually come out? Maybe. But do people want the truth to come out? It's the same thing with Harvey Weinstein, because a lot of people were hiding the truth about this. There's a lot of major mega stars who benefited from Harvey Weinstein who didn't want to talk because, dude, I don't want to, knock down my career by taking him down. Like, that's the whole thing about it, dude. So it's really messy and it's really complicated, and telling the truth is not what it used to be. Remember back in the day when your parents used to say, tell the truth, because, the truth shall set you free. It's the right thing to do. And slowly over the years as you get older, truth turns to little white lies. And then little white lies turn to big on full lying and just completely hiding the truth from everybody because you don't want to tell what really went on. I mean, it's just wild how things change in the blink of an eye, but here we are. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think it's a good thing that this got exposed. It's a good thing that movies like this get made, but at what cost necessarily? Or is there even a cost? Because powerful people who do despicable things are still in power. I mean, maybe they're taken down a peg or two. Maybe some people leave and is never seen again, but a lot of them are still around. So, is it worth it at the end of the day? I think it is. But there's an argument to be made that it's not. It's tough, dude, at the end of the day. It really is. There is no right or wrong answer. It's just the ugly truth of it all. That's truly it, man. I mean, you do get breaking the story, go behind the scenes with real-life journalists. Oh, okay, nice. And recounting the true story. Very interesting. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I really did like this movie, and I really did feel like it was a powerful movie with a very powerful message, but the emotionality just didn't come together the way I wanted it to, and that's really where this movie fails. It's a good movie that got buried, and unfortunately it got buried because I think people were just over it already. But if you're willing to see a movie that really goes for the hard truth, She Said is definitely well worth the journey.
Youth is wasted on the young in Armageddon time. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $35. Well, I never said youth was cheap. Never said that indeed, man. So I gotta talk about James Gray, the director of this fine motion picture. He's directed some really great movies. We Own the Night, Two Lovers, Ad Astra with my man Brad Pitt. He's done some good dramas, some really good, very fine movies, actually. He truly has, man. And yet another one with this flick as well. And what's interesting is that this movie is based off of his experiences as a child. He took a lot of the relationships with his brother, his father, his family, his mother's illness, his grandparents, a lot of the trouble that he got into as a youth. He all put it into this melting pot of a movie. So it's really fascinating. This is a very personal movie for the director, man, and it shows. He's definitely putting a lot of effort into it. You can definitely tell that he's putting a lot of emotion into the storytelling and the characters, and it really does work, man. I mean, it's an interesting and fascinating look into a child who is slowly but surely being forced into growing up in a time in society where things are changing rapidly, and trying to confront the two together is complicated and messy and difficult, but that's how growing up is. That's how family is, and the complications of that. And this movie encapsulates that perfectly. It truly does, man. I love really fantastic coming of age movies. Some are more poppy, like Breakfast Club. Some are, have a little bit of twists and turns in it, like Stand By Me. Or they're a little bit more straightforward and dramatic, like Armageddon time. But they're all really well done and showcase the emotion and the tragedies and the triumphs of being young in society, especially society that is changing in so many ways, not only
as you grow up and seeing people change physically, but also emotionally and politically. And this movie is supercharged in that, and it works brilliantly, man. It truly, honestly does. And I give James Gray a lot of credit, man, to opening himself up personally to going through a lot of the same complications, but doing it with actors on the big screen. It's almost like having therapy, right? Instead of paying a therapist, you're just putting your difficulties on screen for everybody to see. I guess it's cheaper than a shrink. Maybe. Probably not. Probably not, man, but hey, it works just as good, maybe, I guess. I mean, he says he has more stories to tell from his childhood that he'd love to put into movie form, and I would love to see it. With the great acting and the great storytelling, I would be up for more James Gray family personal stories. I really would, man. Very interesting indeed. It's not perfect. It is a little bit slow going, and they definitely are throwing a lot on the screen in a very short amount of time to try to compact it, but also it kind of feels dragged out at the same time. It's kind of weird, but I thought it worked. I mean, the acting alone really carried it, but it's not going to be for everybody. But it is a solid movie with a solid cast, a solid director, and a solid story, and some solid bonus features. I mean, you got deleted scenes, you have some featurettes. Not bad indeed, man. It's a little bit of a good old slice of growing up, youth fulfillment, and Lord knows we have a lot of those movies out there, and one more, well, ain't gonna hurt. That's for damn sure. Not at all, man. And wow, not bad for the physical media love so far. A lot of stuff definitely worth checking out, but I think there's got to be more.
And indeed there is, with a little bit of Prodigy love.
Season 1 of Star Trek Prodigy, the DVD for $19.99. Blu-ray for $27.99, but hey, it's Trek. You can never spend enough on Trek. Oh, well, that's debatable. It is indeed, but from what I'm hearing, this is definitely well worth the money indeed, man. And, you know, maybe it's time to, I don't want to say forget the old school fans, but maybe not cater to them anymore, right? Because I was watching this YouTuber recently that was talking about Strange New Worlds. And again, I haven't seen it yet, so it's hard for me to judge, but he was like, dude, he hated it. And this is an old school Trek fan. And he finally admitted to himself at the end of the review, he's like, maybe this new Trek stuff just isn't for me. Maybe, you know, I become an old curmudgeon or some shit. I mean, he's just talking like that. And then I thought to myself, I was like, you know, at a certain point, when does a franchise say enough is enough, man? When do we just start saying, hey, man, if the old school fans are on board, great. If not, hey, we're going on without them. And maybe Star Trek should do that at this point. I mean, Prodigy is more for younger kids. I mean, you look at something like Discovery, where Discovery isn't exactly winning over old school fans, but new school fans are actually kind of liking it. I mean, they really are. But when you cater to the old school fans, like Picard, for instance, well, we get really pissed. We really do, man, because we're like, God, you're trying to get the old school feel, but you just are fucking up at every fucking avenue. How is that possible? I mean, seriously, man. So maybe it's time to just sort of move on completely and say, hey, look, yes, we'll always have the Star Trek lore. Yes, we'll always go back to the Star Trek lore because it's legendary, right? I mean, why wouldn't you? But at the end of the day, we also have to grow the franchise. We have to grow the fan base. We have to make new fans because let's be real. Us fans, we ain't getting any younger, man. We getting old as fuck. All right, and you need young blood. So maybe it's time to do that. And I think shows like Prodigy, even Discovery and Strange New Worlds are starting to do that. You know, trying to say to the younger audience, hey, these are new adventures for a new generation, but also taking a page out of the old school and maybe showing it a little bit of respect every now and again. I mean, that's not a bad thing. Star Wars is doing it. Doctor Who is doing it. I mean, so many other franchises are going to that now. Why not Star Trek? I mean, they started to do it with, obviously, the new cast, but even they were trying to ape off of the old shit and not really doing it very successfully either. So, look, at the end of the day, I'm all for going forward with Star Trek, with new iterations and new adventures, with new characters, and it's never going to be the stuff that I loved. But you know what? Maybe it's not meant to be. Maybe I'm just one of those people that I love the old shit, and I'll always love that, and some of the new shit isn't for me. But then again, there will be moments like what I'm hearing about Prodigy or Strange New Worlds that is amazing. So you know what? At a certain point, you just gotta say fuck it and go your own way. And if the fans want to come with, great. If not, hey, it's been a fun ride, right? You sometimes have to do that. And Star Trek, I think, is trying to do their own unique thing at this point. And I got to appreciate it. That's for damn sure, man. I mean, you got a lot of great special features, some great featurettes. It looks cool, dude. It really honestly does. I've always said that Star Trek should definitely go the animated route. At least they're finally listening. God knows it took too long, but they finally are. And a younger generation growing up with new school Trek. You know, that doesn't sound half bad to me. Oh, I think I see something. Oh, it's a bird. It's a plane. Oh, no. It's found footage horror. In Cloverfield, yeah, the limited edition Steely Love for $33.99. Wow, hold on a second. So the Steely Love here is less than, like, Black Adam? Oh my god. Wow, talk about a hell of a bargain. Either they're undervaluing this thing, or they're overvaluing Black Adam like a motherfucker. Which one you gonna pick? You know which one I'd go with, man. Something has found us. Oh, indeed it has, man. Oh, wow. Cloverfield, man. Damn. Dude, I love Cloverfield. I seriously do. This is great found footage. And what's interesting about this movie is that it really comes towards the tail end of the found footage phenomenon. You know, found footage was a thing for a short period of time. Things like, obviously, the Blair Witch Project and this movie and many, many others out there that capitalized on it. But you could really only do it for a short period of time because it became overplayed out and people were just doing too many movies in it, and it was starting to get dumb and stupid, and it was sort of becoming dumbed down to a certain degree, right? You had seen all the tricks of the trade already, and they were just sort of rehashing the same shit over and over again. But Cloverfield was unique and different because not only is it sort of found footage horror, but it's also sort of sci-fi, thriller-ish survival stuff as well, which was really great and sort of added to the uniqueness of it. Sort of almost like Godzilla or a Monster Gone Wild, but found footage style. And I always really loved that. The idea that these friends are having this party, and the party goes haywire when New York City is in chaos, when something is attacking it, but they have no idea what's going on, and all the struggles and complication and death and chaos, and so great, man. I loved it. Such iconic imagery with the Statue of Liberty or the actual monster going apeshit around the city itself. So great, and the characters were actually really well rounded. Yes, some were a little more annoying and a little bit stupid than others, but for the most part, it was actually pretty solid of a movie, and I really loved it, man. And everybody kept on saying, oh, Cloverfield sequel, right? We gotta know more about the monster and what went on. And they never went that route. They went totally different, man. 10 Cloverfield Lane, which I think 10 Cloverfield Lane is amazing, man. I mean, definitely not anywhere near what people were expecting, but so fascinating, man. And of course, the other movie, which is technically a prequel to this one, which everybody hated, but I like the Cloverfield Paradox. I think it's actually really solid of a movie. I know I'm one of the only people but I tend to actually dig it, man. And now I hear they're actually going to do a proper Cloverfield sequel, which I'm kind of interested in seeing where they go with that, man. It could be kind of cool and unique, man, but even if it isn't, I mean, we'll always have the original Cloverfield movie, man. I mean, I can't say that I truly love all found footage movies, because I really don't. There's only a small handful that I actually kind of dig, and Cloverfield happens to be one of them. And this Steely Love, look at this. Oh, this thing is nice. It's got some great special features on the Blu-ray. Commentary on the 4K, not bad indeed. Of course, Matt Reeves went on to do some amazing things like a Batman, so his career has definitely been doing well also. So a lot of things came out of this movie, and it definitely is one of the ones that will be remembered for its found footage origins. That is for damn sure. Some steely anniversary found footage horror love, that is definitely unique. You can't be accused of the same crime, and Ashley Judd knows it. Oh yes, in Double Jeopardy. Oh, the Paramount Presents line. Yeah, this is the new release of it. Very nice, man. Ooh, I like that cover. Now, it's kind of interesting because I actually dig this cover a lot. They have the old school DVD here with this cover, which really sucks, man. This is so much better of a cover, man, for the movie. It really is. Tommy Lee Jones, Ashley Judd. I mean, I talked about it at Walmart, and I said it was an okay movie, and I stand by that. It really is, man. I mean, good performances. The idea that this woman gets convicted of killing her husband, but she didn't really do it. She finds out that her husband actually pretended to actually kill himself and blame her for it and go on and have a whole new other life, and she's going after his ass, and Tommy Lee Jones is going after Ashley Judd. It's like complications galore, baby. It's alright, man. A good little murder mystery yarn that isn't terrible, but has some highlighted moments to it. I mean, I love Ashley Judd in Kiss the Girls. This was another vehicle for her. I love Tommy Lee Jones as a cop, especially in something like The Fugitive, which he was so good. So, of course, this is another one of those roles for him. But combining the two didn't quite exactly work out the way they were hoping for. It definitely wasn't another Kiss the Girls, and it definitely wasn't another Fugitive. Trying to mishmash both, not as good as they were hoping the results would be, man. But there is some actually decent special features. There is a filmmaker focus with the actual director. The making of Double Jeopardy, not bad. I think the DVD has... It only has a behind-the-scenes featurette, actually. That's all it actually has. So this actually has much more special features. I mean, if you like the movie, I can't quite blame you because Ashley Judd is great. Tommy Lee Jones is fucking awesome. So the two together is a good combo, but didn't 100% work for me. But I'm loving this Paramount Presents line, man. I have a few of their releases in this line already, and I just love the fact that they highlight lesser movies. Sometimes they highlight bigger movies, ones that definitely deserve the spotlight, and sometimes lesser movies like this. But man, this is a great line, and let's hope they keep the good times rolling.
Oh, yes, look at this. Friday the 13th, the final chapter of love.
Spoiler alert,
it wasn't really the final chapter. Oh, the limited edition Steely Love. Yet another one to add to the Friday the 13th Steelbook collection. Yeah. Oh, man. Wow, very nice. But it's kind of weird because this isn't an anniversary edition because this movie came out in 1984 and this is 2023. So it's got like a year to go. Okay, kind of slightly missed the mark, folks, but hey, it is Steely Love, and regardless, us horror fans, we'll take what we can get, baby. Oh, we truly will, man. Look at this. Not half bad. Not bad at all, man. I love Friday the 13th, the final chapter, man. It is great. Some awesome Jason kills. I love Corey Feldman here playing Tommy. Man, he is so fucking awesome here, and I just love so many aspects to this movie, whether it's the Crispin Glover dancing shit. It's so good, man. The clothing and the attitudes, and I just love the look of Jason, man. The badass motherfucking look of him, man. Big, imposing motherfucker, dude. He was so great. I thought it was awesome with the kills, the bathroom kill and everything. Dude, this is a great fucking Friday the 13th movie, man. And at the time, you gotta remember that they were gonna end this. They were going to kill Jason off officially, man. They felt like they had reached a peak in the franchise, that they were like, okay, we're gonna end on a high note, that's it. But with any horror franchise, we know that, you know, from popular demand, people wanted it, baby. You could bet your ass, man. Oh, it's so great. I love this movie, man.
Oh, so fucking amazing, dude. I mean, I own Friday the 13th Part 4 like 3 or 4 times over, so I don't technically need the steely love. But if you are a hardcore, die-hard fan of the Friday the 13th franchise, then this is definitely a must-get. There is no doubt about it, man. And look at the special features. I mean, the commentaries, the fan commentaries, the multiple featurettes. Oh my god, man. That's some tasty shit right there. Oh, it truly is, man. Not bad. I even love the cover to this. That is such an iconic Friday the 13th cover. You can never beat the original image, and damn glad they decided to go with it. Oh, very sweet, man. Yet another one in the Friday the 13th Steely pile. Not bad indeed, man. And this is an awesome Friday the 13th movie, dude. Regardless of what you think about this horror franchise, whether you think that it went downhill or that it lost momentum, the early films are fucking amazing, and Part 4 proves that Jason still has a lot of killing left to go, and damn, does he do it oh so well.
Exorcisms never look so boring. He in the pray or the devil. It's a DVD for,
whoa, $30? Damn, man, can somebody exercise the price? Holy hell. Jesus, man. God damn, dude. I mean, exorcisms are costly, but that's... damn. Geez, I think I'll see a priest just for that price. Oh, God, man. Yo. You know, so when I was at Target, I was talking to you guys about some good exorcism movies, right? Because everybody needs recommendations for good ones, but while I'm at it... shit, I might as well talk about the bad ones too. Why not, man? Hell. And there have been a few not so good ones out there. Turds, well, depending on your definition, but they ain't good, man. Like The Right with Anthony Hopkins. It's not terrible, all things considered, but it ain't that great either, man. Just kind of dumb and stupid and too much CGI bullshit. I didn't really like that movie. Of course, you could also say The Last Exorcism Part 2, because The Last Exorcism was not necessarily The Last Exorcism, but then why did they call it The Last Exorcism? I don't want to lose a brain cell. Oh, man. Yeah, the sequel is really garbage, man. I mean, how good the first one is, the second one really shit the bed, man. And I think the problem is that they really did such a good job in the first film, and they really threw everything in there that they needed, that the second film just kind of felt like an unneeded add-on, right? It's kind of like, okay, you did everything you really wanted to say with the first film, and now you're just overextending it because the first film was popular. And that's the problem, man. These fucking directors and studios, they're like, oh, well, it was really popular, so we have to make a part 2. But was anybody really asking for a part 2? Who gives a shit? Oh, man. That's one of those pointless sequels that no one ever really wanted nor needed. I think we can all agree on that one. Of course, you could say the same for... The Exorcist 2, Heretic. Yeah, oh god, man. I mean, how much I love the third film. The second film is incredible weak sauce, man. I mean, you have an older Linda Blair. Of course, you're trying to bring back the same thing of, her being exorcised again for another demon. And you're like, dude, didn't we just do this shit? Hey, come on, man. Leave the poor girl alone, will ya? I mean, there was the whole thing with James Earl Jones and the whole history with the demon. And, oh, jeez, it's just fucking terrible, dude. They just really shit the bed with that movie. That's god-awful, man. Of course, The Haunting in Connecticut is a piece of shit. Of course, one of the worst is The Devil Inside, man, from, I think, 2012. Dude, I saw it in the movie theater with Bob. Oh, my God, man. I almost scratched my eyeballs out. Jeez, The Devil Inside is terrible. Good God, man. Found footage horror, yes, and an exorcism film, and it does both really shitty. Man. Talk about double disappointment. He's definitely indeed, man. That is crap, dude. I mean, there is a lot of really bad, not so great ones. There's also a lot of really good ones. It's a mixed bag in general, and exorcism films tend to be, man. But as we get more into, obviously, the new age and the digital age of horror movies, I think we get less effective exorcism films. There's something about the old school ones which are really great. There's a certain authenticity to it that you just don't get much anymore, man. And this is a true case of it. You know, the exorcism stuff with all the CGI of the climbing on walls and the back-breaking stuff, I'm like, man, whatever happened to genuine old-school scare stuff like the spider walk from Exorcist, or even in the last Exorcism movie where that chick was doing her own moves and the bending stuff, that was all her. That was not CGI, man. It's fucking wild to think that, but it is true, dude. I mean, unfortunately, they just get less effective and more sort of hocus-pocus CGI magic that just doesn't really scare you as much anymore. And then they have to throw these twists and turns in there that are just asinine and complete plot hole bullshit just to keep you entertained. And I'm kind of done with it, dude. I'm not saying that I'll never watch another exorcism film again, because I'm obviously going to do that, but I think this is sort of a waning subgenre in horror. It's not nearly as effective as it used to be, and I don't know, I think the good times have sort of passed this subgenre by. Prove me wrong. I mean, seriously, prove me wrong indeed, man. It's had its ups and downs, lately more downs than ups, and Pray for the Devil is yet another one in a genre that's kind of losing its edge in a big bad way. Boring? Yes. Dull? Incredibly. Wasted time? Sure, why not? Pray for the Devil, I'd rather pray for this to go to movie jail, because at least then ain't nobody gonna see this shit, and that would be a major win for the devil. Not that I'm rooting for the guy necessarily, but in Little Nicky, he was putting pineapples up Hitler's ass. I wholeheartedly approve. But since you're putting them up Hitler's ass, why not do the same for this movie?
Culinary horror never looked so sweet in the menu. Yeah,
the Blu-ray digital for $30. That's a price of a meal well worth having. Oh, indeed it is, man. Oh, boy, do I love this movie, man. Culinary horror at its best, baby. And I thought to myself, I said, wait a minute. Where is the other movies out there that take the idea of food and brand it into horrific purposes? I was thinking about that, man, and there's actually a decent amount of them. Of course, you could say the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Let's just put it this way. You know that food at the gas station? Probably put it down. Walk away, folks. Something tells me it's not made from the most freshest ingredients. Of course, there's also Motel Hell. It takes all kinds of critters to make Farmer's Vincent's fritters. Oh, indeed it does, man. My God, Motel Hell is fucking awesome, man. What a great dark black comedy horror flick, man. It's so great, dude, man. I really love that film, man. The dude with the pig mask with the chainsaw and shit. Aping off of Texas Chainsaw much? It doesn't matter, man, because the personalities are funny. I love the farmers. I love how they're taking the people and literally like cutting their vocal cords and burying them in the dirt and like almost like it's cabbage or some shit and like fermenting them. What the fuck, man? Some odd shit, man. Really love that one. Of course, you have Raw, which is really great. Vegetarian Gone Meat Eater, more like cannibal. Let me tell you something. I'm about to live with one, so let's hope that doesn't come to the cannibal part, because I'm Jewish. There's a lot of sodium in me. Best to just stay away. Bad for the cholesterol. Bad for the cholesterol indeed, man. Oh, Lord. I mean, you could say any of the Hannibal Lecter movies, because, of course, he's very much into eating fine cuisine. More like the humankind. Oh, yes. Of course, there's that. You can also end up saying the ice cream man. Oh, yes. Dude, I've been looking for an excuse to talk about ice cream man forever. And I finally get it, dude. Oh my God, I love that movie, man. Clint motherfucking Howard. Oh, it's so campy and it's cheesy and it's ridiculous, and I love the hell out of it, man. This fucking psychopath ends up like handing out ice cream to kids and then killing on the side, man. It's so ridiculous, but I so fucking love it, man. Oh god, that is so fun and entertaining. Cheeseball, but who gives a shit, man? Oh, it's so good, man. And there's other ones out there. I mean, even like Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street, because those pies, well, they don't get it from cats, but you don't want to know where it comes from. Oh, you don't indeed, man. There's some really great foodie type of horror out there. It really is, man. You just gotta go searching a bit, but it's out there for sure, man. But this might be the best of the bunch. It truly is, dude, because the menu is absolutely fan-fucking-tastic, man, with a great fucking turn by Ralph Fiennes, dude, who is absolutely electric in this role, man. He's terrifying, he's sympathetic. You really don't know where this character is going to turn from one moment to the next, and I love all these casts of personalities that range from humble to greedy to downright rude, and just how the night progresses for all of them. It's just wild, and it's unpredictable, and it's unrelenting, and it's also comedic as well. There's a lot of really great humorous moments among all of the terror to it. It's so well done in so many avenues, and it really was a joy and a charm to watch. It truly was, man. I love this movie, and no wonder a lot of people fell in love with it, because we all become foodies, right? We all look at different recipes. We're all watching the Food Network and the Great British Baking Show and all these other cooking programs out there, and we're always critiquing them and shit. But for the chefs to come back and actually use us as guinea pigs and to feed us the horror, that would truly be terrifying, and the menu brings it to full form. Oh, it does, man. So freaking good, man. Truly it is. I mean, you've got some great featurettes, got deleted scenes, not half bad, man. You know, look, this was a pleasant surprise for me. It really truly was, and man, is it a meal definitely worth having. It's a menu worth diving into, and I would die for Ralph Fiennes food any day of the week. Oh, I truly would, man. The menu is definitely one that needs to be experienced. Can't say you'll survive, but you'll definitely love the food.
Don't forget your booties, because it's cold out there in Groundhog Day. Oh, look at this. The 4K Blu-ray digital steely load, yes, for $39 for all that Bill Murray comedy gold. Oh, yes, indeed. Look at this. Wow, I was not expecting a little bit of Groundhog Day love here, man, but that is fucking awesome that it is. This is great. Oh, this is awesome, man. God, I love this movie, dude. This is one of Bill Murray's best movies. It just truly is. He's so charismatic and yet such a grump at the same time. I love it, dude. So great, man. Actually, I used to have the DVD. This edition, I used to have the DVD a long time ago, man. This DVD one. And God, that artwork is god-awful, man. Jeez. You know, remember when DVDs used to have really shitty artwork like this? Yeah, sort of anniversary edition crap. That was terrible, man. This is much, much better. It truly is, man. Oh, it's so great. I love the comedy here. I love the actors. Bill Murray is great. Andy McDowell is just awesome. Chris Elliott is the cameraman, man. I love his snarkiness. Oh, man, smart aleck ways. I love that shit, dude. And of course, the movie is directed by the late, great Harold Ramis. Rest in peace, man. That guy gave us so many wonderful comedy moments and comedy classics. And Groundhog Day will be with us for a long, long ass time, man. I just love the idea that this guy, who is a real prick asshole, learns the error of his ways by recurring the same day over and over and over again, and slowly but surely learning his lesson. Well, that's after multiple times of failing or ending up just trying to kill himself over and over again and just being a complete prick every single fucking time and then having to relive it over and over again. You know, there is a thing about failing again and again and eventually learning your lessons
Well, he kinda does. It just takes him a while to get there. It really does, man. Oh, and all the hilarity that follows, man. I love it, dude. There's actually a guy at my work, true story. He quotes Groundhog Day like a motherfucker. I swear to God, man, every single day he's quoting me that shit. All right, he's like, Ned Ryerson. Like, oh, yeah, hey, yeah, the next quote from Groundhog Day, thanks. I wonder what's coming next week. Oh man, he really loves that shit, man. He really does, and I can see why. It's a funny movie, man, and it just never gets old. There's certain comedies out there that, as much as I love them, after a certain while they kind of wear off on you as far as the comedy, but Groundhog Day never really did. There's something about like this complete jerk off that Bill Murray plays, and the fact that he slowly is learning his lesson over countless times of having to relive the same day over and over again and dealing with the same people in the same situations over and over and over again. That just is continuously hilarious, because I just love the idea of reliving your life over again and the lessons that you can learn and the complications and the hilarity of it. And there's been other times where that has been done over the years, you know, certain ones, like if you look at, you know, Christmas movies like It's a Wonderful Life or something like that, of reliving your life over and the things that you would do differently or the people that would change around you. It's an interesting thing that has been done in movie history many times over, and Groundhog Day is yet another one of those examples, but done comedically brilliant. That is for damn sure, man. It truly does, and the steely love is amazing. Oh, that is really cool, man. Ooh, this might have to be added to the collection. It might have to be. I used to have it. I got rid of it a long time ago, and I kind of regret not having Groundhog Day back in the collection. I do love me some good Bill Murray comedies, and this one definitely takes the cake. Oh, so good, man. I even love the romance aspect. Andie MacDowell falling in love with Bill Murray. Kind of impossible, but I'll buy into it regardless. I will, dude. This is such an amazing comedic movie. Classic? Yes. There's a reason for it. With such a great comedic director, comedic actor, and great laughs and humorous moments, you can't help but just love A Groundhog's Day over and over and over again. You know how I can notice Russell Crowe's tell when he plays poker? Is when he's always mean-mugging. Wait a minute, though. Isn't he always mean-mugging? Oh, shit, yeah. You probably should get out of the game. In Poker Face, the DVD for $25. The poker ain't that good. Oh, man. Ay, dude. You know, look, I love a good poker movie, man. I truly do. Whether it's 21 or Rounders, which is absolutely amazing. Of course, The Gambler is a really great one as well. I really love that flick a lot. Of course, one that kind of gets flown under the radar is The Cooler from 2003 with William H. Macy and Alec Baldwin. So good, man. I love that movie. So great, man. Fantastic flick. Very highly underrated, well worth checking out, man. And there's a lot of really great flicks out there like that really are just awesome poker films that, you know, keep you on the edge of your seat. But when the poker isn't good, or when you don't really have a great story around the poker, it kind of falters a little bit, like The Card Counter with Oscar Isaac. I mean, it had a great idea behind it, but then they had to complicate it with all this sort of other betrayal shit that just watered it down. And the same thing with this. I like the idea of these friends getting together for this annual poker game, but this time revealing secrets and betrayals and everything like that. I like that idea behind it, and I thought that alone could have been a really great dramatic movie, but they have to bring in the whole thing with the criminals and the famous paintings and all these various subplots with family and cancer and all this other shit, and I'm like, my god, dude, you're just watering this shit down like a motherfucker. You have so many hodgepodge of storylines and nothing ever gets fully fulfilled. It all is just half-assed, and that's the fucking problem with this movie, dude. I mean, the performances are okay, but just simplify it a bit, man. Shit, the poker alone should be well worthy of just that alone, and the intensity of it and the high stakes of it all with your friendship on the line. That should be enough, but it isn't. And it just feels like in a more competent hands of an artist, it would have probably worked out better. But Russell Crowe doesn't really know what he's doing as a director. I mean, it looks nice, don't get me wrong, and he gets somewhat of the performances, but I don't know, he just can't quite figure out the story to save his goddamn life. A little bit of a whiff, in my opinion. I love a good poker flick, I truly do, but this one is one of the bigger misfires, put it that way. It truly is, man. It was well worth the try, but honestly, Russell Crowe should just stick to acting. The directing thing, leave to more competent hands, you know what I'm saying? We'll see how long that lasts. Oh, we truly will, man. But look at this. Physical media love indeed. Oh, a lot more than even I was expecting. Not bad. But is there anything else? Oh, yes, there is. I mean, did you really think I was going to deny the Criterion Collection a little bit of love at the beginning of 2023? Oh, absolutely not, baby. Of course I'm going to give it a little bit of attention, because this one absolutely deserves it. Oh, it truly does. Let's see if they got it. Oh, they do. The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Oh, yes. New release Criterion Love. Terry Gilliam Criterion Love, more like it, man. $50, but wait for that good old Criterion sale. Trust me, it'll be well worth it. Oh, indeed. I've told you guys many times before, I am a huge Terry Gilliam fan. I love him. He's one of my favorite directors of all time. The imagination, the creativity of this guy. I mean, he has way more of an imagination than even the budget can allow at times, and I love his films, and this one is absolutely imaginative, and it is awe-inspiring, and I love the performances and the quirkiness of everybody. I love this. Sarah Polley is so great here as the little girl. John Neville playing the Baron, he's so fantastic. I just love the wacky adventures and the journey these characters go on. It is amazing. And when I watched this when I was younger, man, it really just opened my mind up. I just love this movie so much, man. The charm and the personality and just the craziness of this adventure and everybody that goes along with it, man. I mean, Robin Williams is in this thing. He is so good. So many great actors that are a part of this piece. Man, they are absolutely phenomenal. They just love playing in the wild, insane pool that is Terry Gilliam. It's one of Terry Gilliam's best, in my honest opinion. I love this so much, man. And it's so crazy to think that this got the Criterion love. Oh my God, man. Well deserved indeed, man. To add to the ever-growing Criterion Gilliam appreciation. There's no doubt about it, man. Oh, if you have never heard of this movie, if you have never experienced the madness of Baron Munchausen, you have to do it, because it's great for kids and it's just great for adults as well. It's just a great all-around great film, just wackiness and ridiculousness, but yet so much charm and heart to it as well. So well done, dude. Oh, he does an amazing job with this movie. I love it to pieces, man. I do own it already on Blu-ray because, me being such a big Terry Gilliam lover, but in the future, maybe 50% off Criterion Love. Maybe. In due time, we'll see, man. We will see indeed. Not bad for the Criterion goodness. Not bad for the physical media love. Definitely well worth the journey at good old B&N, dare I say. Not too shabby at all. Let's head out. I had one New Year's resolution for Barnes & Nobles for 2023. More media, baby. And ask, and you shall receive. Oh, yes indeed, you do, baby. Not bad this week, man. They had all the new release love. We had Steelbook goodness. We had some surprises along the way. A little bit of Criterions. Oh, man.
This was a really great start for 2023 to BNN. That is for a damn sure, man. I can't say that all 2023 is going to be this good for Barnes & Nobles, but they put out all the stops, and makes me a very happy physical media camper. That's for damn sure, and I know it does for you as well. Oh, I know it does. There's no denying that, baby. Oh, damn right. Not bad for the physical media love this week. A lot of really great releases on display. Definitely ringing in the new year in a spectacular way, and you got to appreciate it. And as a physical media lover, oh, I definitely do. Oh, that's for damn sure, man. But enough of the physical media out and about goodness. But we head home and finish the video.
All right, everybody, that'll do it for the Blu-ray and DVD. Out and about video this week, and oh man, I love it when physical media is this good, baby. Oh, indeed I do, man. Damn. I mean, it was really solid at the stores. Yes, some had a little bit better than others, but that being said, man, did all the stores really do their due diligence on the physical media love, especially for the beginning of 2023. That ain't half bad, man. I mean, look, every year as we go along here, Lord knows physical media doesn't get any easier to find, and the fact that we had a lot of love this week really shows that at least for the time being, the stores are showing the physical media goodies out there, and that can't be beat. Oh, it definitely can, and hopefully you picked up something good. There's a hell of a lot of great stuff out there. Hopefully you did. If so, definitely let this lover know about it. Definitely let me know indeed, man. But as far as I'm concerned, oh yeah, I got a few physical media add-ons to the collection. Indeed I did, man. Some in store, some from online, but all well worthy of collection goodies. Yes, they are indeed. So let's get into it, shall we? With the first title, and actually I picked this title up over at the first Walmart. Now, I was showing off a lot of the media, and when I got to the Valentine's Day display that they had some really interesting titles. Some that were really far out there. Yeah, they really are, dude. Some that were incredible deep cuts. And one that I was like, oh my god, I don't think I have this in the collection. And it shocked the shit out of me that I never did, considering how much I loved the movie. But now I easily rectified that. And that is none other than 10 Things I Hate About You. Oh, yes. Valentine's Day staple. I'm not so sure about that. But a well-worthy comedy. A well-worthy great teen comedy at that. I love this movie. Julia Stiles, Heath Ledger, so many really great people in here. Oh man, who else we got here? Joseph Gordon-Levitt in here as well. Larry Miller, Andrew Keegan. Oh man, there's a lot of great people in this flick, man. I love this movie so damn much, man. And I'm surprised I didn't own it. Like when I was at Walmart, I was thinking to myself, man, do I have this? And I was just going through my head of everything that I have. And I don't, like, have an app or anything where I store all the stuff that I know I own onto an app where I know I can just easily, readily have it available. All of it is just in my head. Literally where I'm storing all the titles that I know that I have in my own mind. And I just think about the catalog of movies that I have, which is wild, but it actually kind of works for me. And so I was thinking to myself, like, dude, man, I've got to have this, don't I? And I was just thinking in my mind, I'm like, no, I know I don't have it on DVD. And I was thinking, like, all the comedy movies I have, I'm like, no, I don't. Wow, are you kidding me? So I definitely had to pick this up. I haven't seen it in a long while, but I've always loved it. I've dug it. Heath Ledger is so incredibly charming here. Great personality. I love the teen romance stuff, the comedy. It's so well done, man. And I needed to have this in the collection in a big bad way. It was like maybe $7, $8-ish, something like that, man. And it was one hell of a grab. And I needed to get, especially the last copy. I'm like, yeah, that's going home with me. Oh, it is indeed, man. Nice to add an oldie but a goodie to the collection. That is for damn sure, man. Not bad on that. Then, I ended up pre-ordering this on BestBuy.com. because once I found out it was getting released, you bet your ass I had to grab it, man. There was no doubt about it. I already technically have the Blu-ray copy of it, but, you know, if I was gonna upgrade, this was a great way to do it, man. And that is none other than Cloverfield. Oh, look at that. The Cloverfield love. Oh, on good old 4K, baby. Not bad. Look at that. That is an awesome. Oh, and then, oh, the monster rampaging through New York City. Oh, nice. This is great, dude. This is really awesome. I love this. Look at that. Cool. Oh, it's so great. I was like, wow, man, the Steely Love, ooh, it's just too damn good to pass up, man. And as I said earlier, I love this movie, man. I really do. I think it's a great flick. It's one of the last great found footage movies out there that was really effective. And it's not like we don't have found footage movies still. We do, but they're not really all that good. And I don't know, they just don't really have the same type of feel to them as what the old school ones do, like Cloverfield or Blair Witch Project and all those ones back in the day, man. And I've always loved this. And even if we never get another sequel, even if we never ever do, and this was really the only really great found footage monster movie, I would still say this is well worth it, man. Just combining sci-fi, monster movie, horror aspects into found footage, it was a great gamble, and it paid off in dividends. It was so amazing, and I just love the mystery behind it, and I love the creature, and I love the rampaging through New York City, and it was just a great concept that really, really worked out in an amazing way, and I love it so goddamn much, man. So, so great. The Steely Love is absolutely amazing. I don't always upgrade, but when I do, the Steely Love is absolutely worth it. Oh, you bet your ass it is. Not bad on that, man. Not bad at all. And then I also, oh, by the way, picked up at the first Walmart because I was like, oh, man, I love this movie. I've got to have it in the collection. I know I can easily watch it anytime I want on streaming, but to have the physical copy is absolutely worth it. It's a movie that I know I'm going to revisit because, man, when it comes to culinary horror hijinks, The Menu has everybody beat. Oh, it does indeed. Look at that, man. The Blu-ray digital. Oh, so, so good, man. Like I said, I can watch this anytime. I have HBO Max. But there will come a point in my life where I will no longer have HBO Max. I will no longer have it. Maybe the price will be too high. Maybe I'm no longer interested in the subscription service, and I just let it go. And I want to be able to watch it anytime I can. And I've always told you guys that physical media is the way to go. If you love a movie, then it is worth buying it, actually owning a copy. And this is one of those times, man. You know, I got to admit, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of new release movies, I don't buy a lot of them. I mean, I do when it's certain type of genres or certain movies I know I'm going to be interested in, but a lot of the new ones just don't do it for me the way that it used to do back in the day. I'm buying a lot of older titles, a lot of older movies that I'm interested in or have never owned before or upgrading. A lot of new stuff, unfortunately, I just kind of get lukewarm on. But when I watch The Menu, it's the characters, it's the personalities, it's the horror, it's the chaos, the controlled chaos at that. And I just love Ralph Fiennes in this role, just playing this demented Gordon Ramsay type of dude that has just lost it in his mind and just is fed up and has had enough and is willing to burn it all down. Man, I just fucking dig it so much. The black comedy, the humor, the horror, it's so well combined and so well done. Masterful, dare I say. And I needed a copy in the collection. Oh, that's for damn sure, man. Ooh, The Menu is definitely one I'll be revisiting many, many times over. No doubt about that, man. So, not bad love so far for the physical media goodies, but more to go. Because, you know, Vinegar Syndrome, they had a sale going on within, the first of the year, they had a really great sale where they were basically promoting their subscriber service and releasing a lot of really great stuff. And they had an opportunity to buy certain movies for $10. They had every single week new opportunities for new movies out there. And I did pick up a couple. I didn't pick up a lot, but these two were definitely ones where when they were $10, I knew they were a steal and I knew I wanted them. And so I'm like, come on, I gotta pick this stuff up, man. Now, the first one is actually a blind buy, but it's one that I've been interested in for a while. And I took the gamble after looking at the trailers and watching some footage and, seeing some reviews. And I'm like, this is worth at least giving this a chance at $10. It was a no-brainer, man. And that is none other than Steel and Lace. Oh, look at that, baby. She's tough, she's tender, she's all woman, and all machine. Oh, indeed. Look at that. Nice, not bad. And, oh, look at that, too. Look at that artwork, man. That is awesome. Oh, I love that shit, dude. This kind of piqued my interest when Vinegar Syndrome ended up announcing this. I was like, God, I'd never heard about this movie, but I like the fact of this woman getting revenge on these guys, that she's part human, part machine. Feels very Terminator-esque. How have I not heard about this movie? And I was like, you know what, I'm going to give this thing a go. And actually, having watched it, once I got it, I actually really liked the movie, man. About this chick that gets assaulted by these men, and, she's trying to, take them to court and everything like that. And obviously, justice doesn't work out the way she's wanting to. And she decides, look, I'm gonna end it all. And this guy brings her back to life through, obviously, robotic parts, and she decides to take revenge. And it's just a really great revenge, killer, badass babe on the loose. I just love the movie, man. I think the performances are great. I think the action is cool. The killings is awesome. I mean, I think it's really well done. Actually, way better than it has any right to. And on top of that, it's got Bruce Davison in it, which is awesome. David Naughton from American Werewolf in London. So it's got a great cast, a great premise, pretty cool. Sort of this unknown gem that I never knew existed. But for $10, I decided why not pick it up, and it paid off. Steel and Lace, another one to have the Vinegar Syndrome collection, and well worthy of the $10. Not bad at all, man. Then, this one I've been wanting to buy for a while. I truly have, dude. And I've been passing up on it, certain sales that they've had, and I'm like, well, I don't want to get it quite yet. There's other things I want to get, so I've moved back on it. And then when they had it for $10, I'm like, dude, it's never going to get as good as this. $10 for this title. It's weird, it's odd, it's bizarre, and it's right up my alley. When you're talking trauma, ooh, you're piquing my interest in a big bad way. When we talking blades. Oh, yes, just when you thought it was safe to putt. Oh, killer lawnmowers. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at that. Look at that indeed, man. Oh, boy. I can't say that every trauma movie is good, because Lord knows it isn't. But this is absolutely a Jaws ripoff. I mean, down to the same type of shots where it was in Jaws. The lawnmowers is basically the shark. Certain music that is almost aping off of the Jaws themes as well. I mean, they are going full on into Jaws parody, just more golf course killer lawnmower parody. Which is just odd to me. But it just works in the most insane, ridiculous way, man. And everybody is over the top and cheesy, and it never really takes itself too seriously. And I really appreciate that, man. You have the humor and weirdness of, something like a Caddyshack, and then you mix it with horror elements of Jaws, and you just come together with this weird sort of trauma-style movie that I absolutely adore, man. It's not for everybody. A lot of people are gonna just find this absolutely too crappy and cheapo and cheesy and ridiculous and just be like, okay, man, this is not my jam. And sometimes there's certain ones out there that I'm like, dude, this is not me. But this one I loved. I don't know. I think it was just me being the Jaws lover and loving this idea of this sort of golf course weird lawnmower ripoff. And I'm like, okay, cool, dude. I'm up for it, man. I get where you're coming from. You're not taking it too seriously, but also you're really treating the danger in a very sort of serious way where people are sort of like getting killed and mangled by this thing and you need to take it down. So, yeah, as ridiculous and over the top as it may be, I kind of liked it. Oh, my style, man. I could love big Hollywood blockbusters 1 minute and then cheesy, ridiculous Jaws ripoffs the next. You never quite know, man. Hey, I have a style of my own. What can I tell you? Oh, I do indeed, man. Blaze, not half bad. And then, last but certainly not least, and I had to pick this one up, guys, because I've been wanting to, and I was actually going to pre-order it through Best Buy. And when I found it at Barnes & Noble's, I damn near freaked. And I was like, oh shit, man, they have this? Oh, I gotta get this, man. Because I used to have it on DVD. I haven't upgraded since. I haven't bought another copy. But man, I needed it back in the collection. And when we talking about Bill Murray comedies, this is one of the best of them all. Groundhog Day. Oh, look at that. The Steely Love. Oh, Punxsutawney Phil. You sneaky devil. Oh, man. Look at this. This is awesome. I love this so much. Oh, fantastic. You know, I was just shocked. I was like, dude, this is amazing that Barnes & Noble's has this. And yeah, a little pricey, I suppose, but dude, to get it right on the spot, I got it home, I checked it, there's no dents, this thing is minty as hell. Wow, dude, and that's not easy to say sometimes. A lot of times you'll find some dents in something, but this from Barnes & Noble's, pristine. Oh, I can definitely dig it. Oh, I can, man. I just love the movie. Again, Bill Murray's comedic timing and his performance, Harold Ramis's directing, the romance, repeating the same day over and over and over again, and yet getting more hilarious results every single time it happens. I mean, in lesser hands, in a lesser actor's comedic understanding about laughs and humor, then this thing wouldn't be nearly as great as it is. It's still iconic to this day. It's a movie that still gets laughs, still is one that is loved by many people. It's one of the reasons why it's a classic comedy is because people can relate to it. People can relate waking up and feeling like you're having the same day over and over again, seeing the same damn people, going through the same damn scenarios, and they can buy into this guy who is just fed up of it all, man. And I just love it, man. I really do. And it's one of Bill Murray's best. It truly is, man. God, I love this fucking movie so much, man. And I had to have it back in the collection. I figure if you're going to do that, might as well do it Steely style. Oh, absolutely, baby. And not half bad for a good old Steely Love, man. Like I said, I don't buy many comedies, actually. I used to buy so many comedies, and now comedies aren't as good as they used to be. And I watch a movie like this and I'm sort of reminded why, man. They just don't make comedies like Groundhog Day anymore. They really don't. And I had to have it. I just had to, man. Not bad for the Steely Love and not bad for the physical media goodies. New releases, unknown gems, ones that are finally being put in the collection, and a little bit of upgrade goodies. Not bad. I think I definitely did my due diligence for the first of 2023. It's not a bad stack. And before I let you guys go, I gotta talk to you guys about something. Now, no, it's not an article or anything like that. Actually, it's my thoughts on where physical media is gonna go in 2023. And I guess you can call it a State of the Union or whatever you want to say, man, but I wanted to give my thoughts out there because, look, I've been around for a long time. I've seen the ups, I've seen the downs, I've seen the highs, I've seen the lows, and yet physical media is still around to this day, despite everyone's prognostication about how it's ending, doom and gloom. Lord knows I've seen a lot of videos about it, and yet it's still around. It's like that gum on your shoe. You're like, damn, dude, I just can't get that fucking thing off, can I? Physical media is like that, and damn glad for it, man. And, 2023, I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic, but I'm cautious. And I guess the reason to say that is because, you look back at 2022, and there was some problems. There was too much double dipping. It felt like companies were just releasing things back into the market just to release them back into the market again. And too many of the same old editions. But yet, at the same time, great steel you love. Boutique labels were really kicking it into high gear with a lot of creativity. You also had exclusives in the stores, great artwork. I mean, so there's certain things to really love and certain things to sort of feel not so great about. And going into 2023, I gotta be honest with you and say that for me, it is never easy to predict the future. And in some ways, it's hard to even want to try because you could be wrong like a mofo, or you could be right, and man, sometimes being right is a real kick in the nuts, okay? So, I'm putting it out there for the sake of putting it out there, but I still feel like physical media is really going to still be a thing. Physical media is still really going to be something that is still very high profile in certain aspects. But what about these studios? What about the streaming? What about the potential money earnings? Because at the end of the day, physical media is only as good as its profitability. And I hate to be the one to say that, but it is the truth. These companies, at the end of the day, they look at the bottom line. And with streaming and with all the available avenues, how much more profitable will it be in 2023 going forward? I do feel like the physical media arena is becoming more niche. It's just a fact, okay? And the popularity of physical media is waning. We want to say that physical media is at its peak right now. And I can't say that because I don't believe it's the truth. I believe that the good days, the popular days of physical media are over. They're long gone, man, and they ain't never coming back, okay? Is there always potential for resurrection? Absolutely there is. But in this case, I just don't feel that that's actually what's happening. You're going to get more boutique label popularity. You already have it with Vinegar Syndrome and Kino Lorber and Scream Factory and, 88 Films and Imprint. And you have a lot of these great labels that are out there in the ether. Criterion, Arrow, you name it. And that's not changing anytime soon. But I do feel like, and we started to see it even in 2021 and 2022, we're starting to see the prices rising. People are complaining about the high prices. You have wicked high prices on Severin, on Vinegar Syndrome, Synapse. I could go on and on and on. These special editions that cost so much extra money for all these extra things in it that you don't really need. And yet at the same time, us as collectors, we love those releases so much that we have to pay for it. So we're going to pay 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 fucking dollars for this stuff, man. And we do that because of the passion. But at a certain point, I think even us collectors are starting to say, whoa, wait a minute, man. Like, as much as I love this stuff, and Lord knows I love buying it for the 10th fucking time, I don't know if I could really pay for that anymore. And this is a thing now, that a lot of these companies, because of being in the post-pandemic world, obviously prices are going up, making these discs aren't getting any cheaper, And obviously the artwork and licensing the movies and the special features, you know, you have to pay for a lot of this stuff, and those prices are going to be skyrocketing. We're seeing it already. And I think certain collectors are going to be priced out. It's just the reality of the situation. And as much as I love 4K at a certain point, even I'm like, you know, look, not everything do I need in 4K. I'm happy with the Blu-ray. I'm comfortable with it. You know, if it comes from a company like Arrow or Screen Factory or something like that, I know the quality is still good regardless, so it doesn't matter whether I get the 4K or the Blu-ray. And I think you're going to see a lot of collectors going down that road, that mentality. I think you're going to see a lot of people really trying to reinvest in the cheaper options, obviously the thrift stores, finding the cheaper deals. And I can't quite say I blame them. Let's really examine the facts here. Because, look, at the end of the day, Disney has Disney Plus. And I don't know how much further they're going to go with their physical media endeavors. I have no idea. If it's a really popular movie, yes, of course they're going to put it on physical media, but the lesser known stuff, I don't know if they're really going to do anymore. They have such a big catalog, and I just don't know if a lot of that stuff is really going to find a home on a physical media format. At the end of the day, as great as Netflix is, a lot of those movies are just stuck in algorithm, you know, subscription hell, and we'll never get out of it. And that's the truth of that as well. On top of that, these boutique label companies are having to go out of their way to find a lot more different titles and raid more of these movies' vaults, having to pay more money for their releases, and therefore having to bring that cost to the consumers. And I feel like we're going to get a lot more of these 4K regurgitations and upgrades and movies that are just coming onto physical media for the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th time. But is the upgrade really worth it? And at a certain point, I know there's going to be great releases out there. I know there's going to be movies that are really going to be amazing and awesome and awe-inspiring, and oh my god, I can't believe that this movie finally gets it. Because look, at the end of the day, for me, guys, I'm going to be real. These past few years, I have seen so many movies that I had on a bucket list that I wanted to get a physical media release for, and it's happened. It's been a reality. And so now, as a collector, even I'm slowing down, man. I mean, as much as I bought in 2021, it wasn't as much as I bought in 2020. As much as I bought in 2022, it's not as much as I bought in 2021. And I have a feeling in 2023, it's not going to be as much as I bought in 2022. And you know, does that mean that I'm losing my love as a physical media collector? Absolutely not. There's no way, dude. I'm not getting rid of my collection. I love my movies. Fuck that, dude. But it just means that I'm being more pickier as a collector. And I'm making sure that, do I really need that collector's edition? Can I get the standard and be just as happy with it? Do I need that 4K upgrade when I already have this other edition that I'm perfectly happy with? And it's making those decisions that I think a lot of collectors are going to go through in 2023, man. And if you're a hardcore collector and you buy regardless, then you're going to basically say, fuck it, I'm going to buy whatever, man. But I think most sensible collectors out there see the marketplace, they see the prices, they see where the trends are going, and they say to themselves, look, I want to support physical media, but, you know, I also have bills, I have, you know, other things that come up from time to time, and, you know, that money, yes, as much as I want to put it towards physical media purchases, I have to start thinking sensibly. And, you know, these boutique labels and these other places don't want to hear that, right? Because every single year, we always hear about how physical media is not as profitable as it was the year before, and the year before that, and the year before that one, and how doom and gloom is setting in, and physical media is falling apart, etc., etc. They're wrong, but yet they're not. And at the same time, as I told you guys before in previous videos about how Walmart will eventually get rid of physical media, or they'll cut down by 20 to 30%. Best Buy is really cutting things down significantly. There's stores that are not even having physical media anymore at Best Buy, and pretty much in the next year or so, pretty much all Best Buys are just not even going to carry that anymore. I mean, Target barely has it as it is. I mean, Barnes & Nobles is really killing it, but, man, you see those prices? Shit, man. Even those give me a fucking heart attack, man. Goddamn, dude. So, I mean, the marketplace is being flooded with so much physical media, but yet it's not being bought nearly at a pace that it used to be. The costs are rising, and these stores are lessening it. So, we're getting more niche. We're getting into more of a specialty field, where when that happens, it means that basically, you know, collectors are going to get priced out. If you really want this Steelbook edition, if you really want this collector's edition, you're going to pay the money that we're going to ask for it, because you're the collector. You're the ones that we're going after. And that's where 2023 is going to take us, I feel. It's going to take us to a point where, of course, we're going to have really great releases in the stores. Of course, we're going to have these boutique label releases where you're just salivating. But at the end of the day, you have to think reasonable about it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I love on Vinegar Syndrome, and yet I haven't pulled the trigger on it, because I know that there's still like 5,000 copies left. And I know that if I wait, then in 6 months there's going to be a sale. And 6 months after that, there's going to be another sale. And I could get it for even cheaper. And sometimes now the fact of waiting isn't so bad anymore. I've always said there are certain releases out there that you know that you need to buy it immediately. They're so niche and they're so limited that if you don't get them day one, or at least the first week, you are basically killing yourself. You are basically screwing yourself over, and you have to deal with the eBay schmucks, assholes, however you want to name them, man. I don't want to do that. At the same time, I also have to say to myself, well, this edition, it's not going out of print anytime soon. I can wait to Black Friday. I can wait to some of these other deals and sales and still get it for a really great price and feel comfortable that I didn't overpay for a title that I didn't technically need right away. We're heading towards those directions, guys. The physical media world is becoming more niche. It's not becoming more popular. I mean, we're losing out to streaming, and we're losing out to, you know, these companies that will release something really cheap on DVD that you could get for $5. And let's be real, a lot of the consumers out there, if they have players, they have DVD players. They don't have Blu-ray players, and they don't have 4K players, and a lot of them aren't really interested in 4K, and a lot of them, you know, have somewhat interest in Blu-ray, but not a lot, as much as maybe they do DVD. DVD is still a huge seller. I mean, we may hate on DVD from time to time, but you can't deny the fact that DVD is still king to this very day, because it's a cheaper option and people go with it, and it's more readily available than some of the other editions that are out there. And at the end of the day, do most of the public care about the collector artwork or the, you know, great slipcovers out there? They don't. I mean, I always talk about them, and I love them, and I cherish them, and I always really want to highlight them, but I also know in my own heart and mind that the reality of the situation is that most people, majority of people, just don't give a shit. And it's sad, but it's very true. Look, I've talked to people out there, people who are my own subscribers, who end up saying to me, look, I think I'm wanting to get rid of my collection. It's overgrowing, I don't have any room for it, or if I do, I'm going to put it into binders. And we're at a point now where, you know, I think that people are really sort of wondering, is physical media worth it? I will always say that it is. I will always be a champion for it, but there is a lot of those moments where people are asking themselves, how much money am I really going to invest in this? And I think that's not a wrong thing to ask yourself. I think it's a reasonable thing to at least discuss. Because at the end of the day, my collecting habits weren't as great as what they were back in my 20s or even my early 30s. And a lot of the movies that I own on physical media now, I'm never looking back. I mean, there may be a future great edition of whatever movie that I own in the collection, right? But at a certain point, even I'm like, dude, I really don't need that edition. I've got a great one here. I'm fine with it. This is where physical media is heading. I don't want to panic anybody. I don't want to be Mr. Doom and Gloom. That's not how I am. That's not how I operate. But I'm also a realist. And I keep it real with you guys. I lay it on the line for you because why not? And a lot of people are going to lie to you and tell you that everything is fine and there's no reason to cause alarm or anything like that. But you guys know better than that. You guys know where things are going. You go into your Best Buys. You go into your Walmarts and Targets. And, I'm lucky that a lot of my stores around here are actually really carrying great physical media for the time being. Thank God. But a lot of people out there, man, I see posts on Instagram. I see Facebook pictures. And it's depressing as fuck. It is. And then with a lot of the stuff that's getting overpriced, you're hearing a lot of complaining. And I can't quite say I blame them. And this is where 2023 is going. I'm not saying 2023 is going to be bad. I'm not saying that. Because I think we're going to get a lot of really great editions and a lot of really great movies out there that has never seen the light of day on any physical format, or it's been a long time since it's gotten released. Maybe it only had a VHS. I mean, there's so many great releases out there, and I don't think that's changing anytime soon. But I think the trends are basically coming down to the fact that we are getting more niche. And that niche is happening more and more and more. And these companies, they see that, and I think they realize that they have to take advantage of it in a big bad way, because if they don't take advantage of it now, then they're going to be run out of town, and then we're not going to even have any of these companies anymore. And I see in the future, even 5 years from now, a lot of these boutique label companies, they're not going to be around. I have a surefire feeling that a lot of these companies that we now cherish and love will not even be a thing. So, what I would advise to you guys, if you want to buy every single edition that comes out of Black Panther, if you want to buy every edition that comes out for Black Adam or all these superhero flicks, or every single, steelbook thing from Germany to the UK to the United States, have at it, man. But for me, as a physical media collector, I have to start thinking reasonably about what I buy. And I can't just willy-nilly go into the Dollar Tree and buy all of these DVDs of these movies and never watch a single one of them. I can't do that anymore. I can't go into a Walmart and buy every single slipcover edition because it's unique and cool. I can't do that anymore. I can't buy every single steelbook. I can't buy every single 4K upgrade. I have to start thinking smart about my purchases. I have to start realizing that, as this hobby and this love is getting more expensive, as this passion is continuing to ignite my wallet, I have to find clever ways to turn a buck into a little bit more, stretch it a little bit more. And you know, maybe I don't need that extra slipcover. Maybe I don't need that extra limited edition poster that is being advertised. Or, oh wow, that's a really cool slipcover edition, but maybe I don't need the slipcover this time. I know, I'm speaking crazy. I'm off my rocker. Where the hell are my fucking meds? Okay? I get it. The days of blind buys, the majority of them are over. The days of just gambling on a $30 to $40 movie because it's got a really great slipcover, at least for me, is over. I gotta think more sensibly. And as collectors going forward in these coming years, we have to do it. I think we're gonna get great deals. I think we're gonna get great sales. And I think when those sales happen, you take advantage of them. But you're going to have to be very smart in what gets bought week 1 versus what gets bought in 6 months. And this is the ultimate physical media collector dilemma. And I think in 2023, that's really going to come to a head. I wonder what you guys think. I mean, there's so many great labels out there. There's so many great editions that are coming out and titles that you absolutely go apeshit for. But at the end of the day, where do you draw the line between a week 1 buy and a save for a sale 6-month buy? Where do you draw that line? And I think this is where we are starting to head. I think that's where we've been heading. And I think 2023 is going to continue to head in that direction. I know you guys probably wanted me to say, hey, I'm going to buy everything. I'm going to buy slipcovers, and I'm going to buy all the Steelies, and I'm going to buy all the 4K editions, and oh my God, I'm going to buy everything. And I'm like, no, that's not me, guys. That's not me. Not no more. And, you know, as somebody that's having my girlfriend move in and more adult responsibilities, might as well be time. I'm 40, for Christ's sake, folks. I have to start understanding that, you know, not everything is a need to buy mentality. And I think a lot of physical media collectors are eventually getting there. It may take some longer, but we're all eventually reaching that point. And 2023 will be a very interesting year to see how far that stretches. I'm curious, what do you guys think? Do you think it's going to be a bonanza year that you're going to buy all of the double dips? You're going to buy all the 4K upgrades, all the anniversary steelbooks, all the Criterions. You're going to buy everything. What are you going to do? Because at the end of the day, yeah, I talk about me, but I want to know what your mentality is. Let me know, guys. I could talk about all the great things, all of the doom and gloom, but at the end of the day, physical media is still well worthy to buy. If you're waiting for a sale or week 1, it's still worth buying because, honestly, who knows how long we're going to be on this earth for. And, well, if you want it, shit, might as well get it. Might as well indeed, guys. But I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you truly did. If so, definitely give it the thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Check out the other Blu-ray and DVD out and about videos, movie hunting, movie reviews with my friends, live streams, a hell of a lot of stuff on the channel. Older content and newer content that is coming your way slowly but surely. I want to thank you guys for your love and support. I truly do, because at the end of the day, this channel, yes, it's about physical media, but it's about me connecting with you. You know, I go through talking about these movies, and I could just easily sit there and just show off a movie and tell you the price and be on my way. But I don't want to do that. I want to engage with you guys. I want to have discussions and conversations, and these videos are a really great way to do that. Yes, they're long as hell. I ain't gonna lie, but I kind of like it that way. I kind of do, man. So if you enjoy the videos, if you enjoy how I dive into movie love and talk about everything, then definitely hit subscribe, become part of the Film Fan Nation. You guys are amazing and awesome. I've always said that I have really great subscribers, and I ain't lying. I really am not. You guys are awesome, and I love the support, the feedback. It's great, and I cherish that every single time. thank you so much for the honest support and the love and watching the videos. It means a lot, man. So if you haven't subscribed, definitely do that. Keep up to date with everything through Instagram and Facebook, FilmFan108. Keep up to date with everything I'm doing, plus special pictures and videos I do from time to time on social media as well. And if you want to send the channel any movie-related goodness, you can do that. The P.O. Box is in the description below. It's not expected, but it's definitely appreciated. I know you guys have went out of your way to send me some great stuff. And I love seeing it, man. I really do. You guys have sent some crazy wild things, some unique stuff that I never thought I'd get in a million years, and I can't wait to see where the adventures take me next. So, if you are interested, definitely check out the P.O. Box down below. But I suppose that's it for the video. So much to talk about, so much to dive into, and it's only the first video of 2023. Here's to more physical media love going forward, at least let's hope, guys. And I'll see you back next time for a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video. Take care, everybody, and remember, happy hunting.